My skin in your teeth. Can't see the forest through the trees. Got me down on my knees, darling, please. Oh, I lose control when you're not next to me. I'm falling apart right in front of you. Can't you see? I lose control when you're not next to me. Yeah, you're breaking my heart, baby. You make a mess of me. I lose control when you're not here with me. I'm falling apart right in front of you. Can't you see? I lose control when you're not here with me. Yeah, you're breaking my heart, baby. You make a mess of me.
Telling myself I won't go there. Oh, but I know that I won't care. Trying to wash away all the blood I've spilled. This loss is a burden that we both share. Two sinners can atone from a lone prayer. Souls tied, intertwined by pride and guilt. There's darkness in the distance from the way that I've been living, but I know I can't resist it. Oh, I love it and I hate it at the same time. You and I drink the poison from the same vine. Oh, I love it and I hate it at the same time.
a volley. I am a professional, obviously. Hello, Rose Cosmics? Rose Cosmics, welcome in. Hello, first time chatter. Mustache, exactly. I have a mustache. Waiting for this guy. Shush. Bro, where's our mustache? You guys don't deserve a mustache. Hey, Azarox, welcome in. Whoa, your cooties was cured faster than I expected, Reeve. Yeah, it only takes a couple days for the cuties to go away. Hello, Evil Statistic, welcome back. Hello, everybody's here. Rip our mustache. Where's our triple decker mustache? God damn it. You guys are so needy. Crap. Actually, it's not gonna go well. Okay, you guys are gonna have to wait. You guys are gonna have to wait, alright? You guys are gonna have to wait. The fuck you mean I don't deserve a mustache? Where's our stash? Okay, I'll give you a stash. Jesus Christ. No, give it now. Fuck. Okay, you guys need to fucking chill. Chill. Jesus Christ. I actually have to go charge my headset because it is beeping, and you guys are about to hear the beeping of the charger soon. We have the cartoon villain mustache. Oh my. Okay, I'll give you the mustache, but you're gonna have to wait until we start the video because stash day. You guys are gonna have to wait till we start the video though. Hurry up. You guys need to calm down. Oh, I love it and I hate it at the same time. You don't have to put it away, yeah. In a minute, oh, I love it and I hate it at the same time. Yes, complaining always wins. Jesus Christ. Didn't you see that one video I posted where it's like the customers are always right in taste? Meaning they're not always right when it comes to service. Sorry, just making sure my headset's charged. Give it now? Jesus, you guys are so feral for a mustache. Hurry up, take as much time as you need. Okay, thank you, Bread. So considerate. Alright, let me see. Okay, so the problem is that my headset is dying, so I actually have to wait. So I can't call Siege right now. Alright. I gotta charge my headset. I know how to spell. I almost said headset. I gotta charge my headset real quick. Don't bro me. He fucking broed me, dude. Headset dead? Yes, it's dead. I was literally about to message you. My headset's dead. I have to charge it for a little bit. So in the meantime, sit back, relax, and we can do a thing together. Hold on. Let's do a thing. I'm doing a thing right now in the background, guys, and you guys can watch me do the thing.
Get out. No.
Biddy. What do is it this? Hey, yeah, it's this. We're doing this, guys. Oh god, you can't see chat at all. Mustard through it, chat. I believe in you. I don't actually know this case well, just know it's always mentioned along with the Dyatlov Pass and Yuba County 5 cases. Ooh, so it must be like an unsolved mystery? Headset scuff, let's go. Hi, Livesy, welcome in. Every stream you have to charge it, just get a weird wired one. Ugh. Effort. W prepared streamer, exactly. Me when a hot woman, this is my headset, please have a seat. Yeah, why the hell are you using a Bluetooth headset, man? Because it's the only headset I have, alright? It costs money. What's this? Yeah, heavy. What's this? It was a thing. You know how they do, oh, fuck. You know how they do, god damn it, what do you call it? Crew pics? You know how they do, crew pics for, on Twitter? Well, my mama Neo, my mom, she did a crew pic and she put a link to it and I was like, I want to do it. And she did her. Is it like dying? I can't tell if it's charging. I can't tell if my headset's charging. So mine is $300 but worth it. Jesus. Yeah, I think mine was like $60, $70. Are you charging? Okay, I think it's charging. Okay, anyways. Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. I have no clue what you're talking about. Okay, so it's just an art thing. Like whenever it's an art chain thing. Like sometimes I see indie VTubers do this. I don't know if it's a popular VTuber thing to do, but they just it's like a dress up thing. I like it. Be quiet. Anyways, Mama Neo did one. Is it changing? Oh fuck, I fucked up. Oh fuck, I fucked up. Okay. Oh fuck. Oh, I fucked up. Okay, there we go. So Mama Neo did an art thing of her IRL and then her VTuber. So this is supposed to be her IRL and this was supposed to be her VTuber. And I was like, you know what? I want to do it, but I want to do a masculine version of Reaver and then do a femme version of Reaver. Like both doing stuff. Anyways. Yeah, it's a Twitter VTuber thing to do. Pick crew representations of your character. Yeah, that. Yeah, that. That stuff. And then I'm just we're doing this, we're doing this as a distraction while my headset charges. What would he do? I guess kind of like, I don't know. Should I do the showing the wrist or not showing the wrist? Oh, I understand. No matter how much you explain, I'll have zero clue what you're talking about. Whatever. It's fine. I'm making art. I'm making art. That is, we're playing a game to make art. That's what we're doing. I have a canon gender bent version of myself. Yeah, same. Yeah, same. I wanted to get never mind, I'm not gonna say it because I want it to kind of be a surprise, so I'm not gonna say it. But yeah, I have a gender bent version of myself. Should I show his wrist or not show his wrist? Oh, I love it and I hate it at the same time. You and I feel the poison from the same vine. Oh, I love it and I hate it at the same time. I'm from the sins in the daylight, from the daylight, running from the daylight. What seemed more like Reaver? Maybe that one? Or is it like this one? Nope. Mm. Mm. No. Maybe. Maybe so. Perchance. Maybe that. Maybe that one. Oh, I love it and I hate it at the same time. You and I, poison from the same vine. This is a little hard because you can't really see it, so it's like it's kind of hard to choose. I like that one because the strands are more thicker, but I don't know. Hey, Picasso, why didn't you say that? Shut up. You're telling me there's a laddie Reaver out there? Yes, there is. Can masculine version of Reaver just be the same as femme version, but just with a stash? That sounds good and lore accurate. Oh my. No, we're doing it slightly different. Because I said so. I mean, I can make multiple... To be fair, I can make multiple images of this, so, you know... Whichever. I think that one's more accurate, but I want to check out the others. From the daylight, running from the daylight. Oops, sorry. Oh, I love it. Ooh, that's pretty. Okay, that's Crazy Eyes. I like the eyelashes, so I'm gonna go with that. Do they not have the same pupils? That's not the same color. Pissed. That's not the same color. Pissed. Fuck, I don't know what color I used for his eyes. No! No! We'll just go with that, I guess. I don't fucking know. I'm having Bone Daddy flashbacks right now. Shut up, guys. 2 stash? Why not 4, Baldy? Jesus Christ. Hi, Joni. Welcome in. Because that goes from masculine to just godly. Oh, my. And yes, I know my name is Pink today. Oh, my. I guess we can go with that. I guess we'll go with that. From the daylight, running from the daylight. From the daylight, running from the daylight. Oh, I love it and I hate it at the same time. I've tried to follow your life, but it's nighttime. Please don't leave me in the end. I'm begging for forgiveness. I've been living. I know I can't resist it. Oh. I have gotten news that is related to the color today. Oh? Got free food today, so it was long and tiring work day, but free food made it slightly better. Dude, I fucking love getting free food. What am I looking at? Oh, wow. Hi, Striker. Welcome in. Yeah, you're looking at art, Striker. I'm waiting for my headset to charge a little bit so that we can start the thing. So I'm gonna just... I'm waiting for my headset to charge. It's gonna take a while, so we're doing this as entertainment slightly. I like this, but it could be a little too bulky. Maybe I should just go with this. Can I not change the color? Okay, I guess I can't change the color. Tis fine. It's whatever. No, Mitty, don't step on the keyboard. Hello, my little baby. Mitty, no, you're stepping on chat. I can't see chat. Yeah. Ah, Mitty. Oh. Ooh, that's a pretty color. Coming through, madame. I can't see anything because you're in the fucking way. You know, it's really hard to tell what kind of clothing this is. I'm just saying. I guess that. Yes, I love you, Mitty. Imagine using a wireless headset. Cringe. Shut up, Striker. I know, right? The scuff tuber is also a cringe tuber. Be quiet. I silencio. Forgetting to charge your headset is more than this image. Fuck off. The image is... yeah, it's supposed to be a masculine reaver with a female reaver. But it's hard to make the character look feminine, honestly. Not gonna lie. Maybe I should I do like their outfits be like a gender bend, I guess, like him look way more feminine and me look more masculine. Should I do that? Are think the pastel color works. Maybe. I take my whiskey neat. You're too sweet for me. You're too sweet for me. Maybe I should have gone a little more gray for the fur on his outfit. I've always find them hard to make masculine. Yeah, they do seem kind of feminine sometimes. Wait, make the guy more feminine and the girl more masculine? Yes, that'd be funny to do it. Oh my. Let's see. Is that a fan? I take my whiskey neat. You're too sweet for me. You're too sweet for me. What is that? Ooh, ow, I'm hurting my knee. Oh, God. I'm an old lady. What is that? I don't know what that hand is at the last minute there. Ugh. Oh God, my knee. Oh God, I'm dying. Ugh. Speaking of whiskey, I'm sipping on a bourbon and Coke. Ooh. Yeah, a lot of pit crews are mostly female, feminine, male character creators. Hard to find masculine ones, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, as masculine as it goes is when they give you beard and stubble options. Is probably as masculine as it gets sometimes. I might have to go back and change some things. Goddamn, I can't see anything with a fan in the way. That is a masculine hand, I must say. I must say that is a masculine hand that I got there. Maybe I should I reverse? I'm drinking Everclear. Oh my God. Hello, Diming. I'm Baldy. Hi, Baldy. Should I do a reverse? Should I reverse it? Like have the bottom one be Femme Reaver and the one on top being Masculine Reaver? Should I reverse it? Because like obviously these hand gestures are way more masculine and way more romantic in my opinion. Than what I'm trying to do here. Oh God. Uh, I take my whiskey neat. You're too sweet for me. Are the Helldivers servers down? Are they? Yeah, the top creator seems to be more masculine. Yeah, the guy on top with the hand on face. Yeah, okay. God damn it. That means I have to fucking do this all over again. Fuck. Pissed. Mitty, you're in the way. I can't see. God damn it. I can't see. You're in front of the monitor. You're too sweet for me. Well, to be perfectly honest, you can't even see it, so never mind. Man, but I like the face that she's making. Pissed. Oh, I'm getting my VTubing model soon. Nice. The server's having issue. Oh, okay. The servers are having issue, guys. How do you get rid of the text covering the pick crew? Oh, okay, it's gonna be at the start. It's gonna be at the start. All the way over here, where it's gonna be right here. You have options. You can do this or you can do this. You just click over to this option to get rid of it, Livesy. Maybe it's... Oh, yeah, you are welcome. But the service for Helldivers because I uninstalled it. I think I need to get rid... This is so annoying. I don't like that the bangs are covering the eyebrows, so you don't know what expression she's making. It's a little annoying. You're too sweet for me. Do boo boo. Oh wait, I think I went for a lighter color, right? No, that doesn't fit. Do this. Damn it! I was hoping to have like a jacket around the shoulder area, but I guess not. And never mind, I'm just gonna get rid of it. Mitty, you are in the way. I cannot see. Okay, that is in the way. I'm just gonna move it. Oh god, I can't see. Fuck, I forgot. Oh god, I forgot. I forgot which one I originally had. Fuck. Oh god, and you can't see anything. Oh god. I think that one, or was it this one? God damn it. God damn it. Fuck my life. Fuck everything, man. Mitty, you're in the way. I can't see anything. There you go. Okay. Damn, should I give him like really feminine eyes? Oh fuck, I forgot. I was supposed to make myself masculine. Sorry. Can you not set the eyebrows to show through hair? Apparently not. That's what I'm annoyed about. Oh yes. Yeah, they said that they were going to give was it for Helldivers 2 that they were going to give like free customization. Whoa, a aesthetic cape thing. Honestly, I don't understand what Sony was smoking when they decided that slapping the Helldivers community in the face was a good idea. Money? Yeah, that's pretty much every reason every company does everything. Alright, I'm just gonna have him have feminine ass fucking eyelashes. Mm, 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 mm. I take my whiskey neat. Shit. I forgot this was the under shit. Should I have him not have a shirt? Ayo? Maybe I shouldn't have him have a shirt. Hot. Ayo? Ayo? Why is the intensity so fucking bad, dude? Maybe go for like a... I'm trying to go for like a kind of a grayish thing. Kind of go for gray, but it's not giving me gray. Sometimes these options aren't the fucking best. I take my whiskey. Ooh. Ooh. Need to change the background. Maybe like a light pinkish. Don't worry, guys. I'm almost done. I'm almost done. A massage. The eyebrow transparency thing is an anime staple. That's weird that it isn't an option. I know, right? But this decision cost them money. It makes no sense. I know, right? They do stupid shit, dude. They're like, we're a brand and we can do whatever the fuck we want. And it's like, no, you can't. You can't do whatever the fuck you want. That is the reality of this, is that you cannot do whatever the fuck you want. Dude, okay, what's with these backgrounds? Maybe I should have just stayed with the one that I had, actually. God damn it. I think it was this one. Okay. I don't know which one to go with. While I struggle to find out which one I want to go with, I'm just going to go see if there's any other different I don't know if I like that. I don't know if that kind of shows. I don't want to choose that option though. I don't know if I like that. Alright, I think my headset charged up enough. Gamers rise up for real, for real. I'm waiting for the cosmetic to backfire on them. Oof. Finish mine? Congratulations, Livesy. I have too many options. I don't know which one to go with. Exactly, Reaver. They make decisions that cost them money and then act surprised when it backfires on them. Yep. Oh, hi, Kiryu. Welcome in. Oh, what is this? Oh, I'm just doing a pit crew. I'm waiting for my headset to charge. Unfortunately, we have to rise up or these companies will drive our hobbies into the ground at max speed. Yes, sir. Okay. Checked. All right. I think my headset charged up enough. Oy. Only took like a couple minutes to get here, but Okay, just making sure that it's on. Loop. A ring-a-ling, a ding-a-ling. Hello, calling Sigil. Sigil tech support. It's charging for 5 years. Oh my. I grew up in the old COD lobbies. The best days to be the gamer. Oh my. It is Sussy Mage. Hello, Mashigi. You totally missed me doing like some art thing. I don't know if you saw that. But yeah, hello, welcome in. A couple? I was able to grow a mustache in real life in the amount of time it took. Oh my. Hello? Oh, hello. My headset has finished charging.
Bro, does your headset not just charge like...
No, it's
does it not just like...
I just didn't charge it before I started because I'm an idiot, and that's what happens when I don't do that.
But it doesn't like... It doesn't work and charge at the same time?
It does, but the wire sucks. So every time I move, it goes doo-doo. Every time I fucking move it. So I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna charge it off to the side so that it doesn't move and you don't hear that noise. Because I can hear it and chat can hear it, so I know it gets annoying. So I was like, okay, I'm just gonna leave it off to the side, let it charge for a bit, and then I'll come back on here. So hello, hi Sigil.
Hello.
So we're going to Oh God. We're gonna go over the Hamar-Daban incident, and it was recommended to me by chat.
Nice.
And from what someone said is that it's a case that's also mentioned along with the Yuba County Five, which is 5 men who mysteriously ended up dead in the mountains, as well as the Dyatlov Pass incident, where hikers went into the mountains and mysteriously ended up dead. So I'm guessing this is like the same thing, that people went missing in the woods or something and mysteriously died, and people are coming up with theories on how they died.
Nice.
All right. Tell me if you can hear anything on your end.
Okay, let me.
Are you ready? Oh wait, hold on. I don't even have it on my side. Hold on. I'm not showing anything. Okay, there we go. Oh, god damn it, I forgot. Chat wants a mustache. Give me 1 second. I have to appease the chat. This is gonna take a moment. So how was your day?
It's been good. It's been chill. Just kind of, well, actually kind of hectic, but it's been good. How about you?
Good. Same. I guess to pad it out. Ah! I took off my glasses. To pad it out a little bit. So they got us doing new work. Like, they literally have us doing a different department's work right now. And at first I was annoyed because it felt like they were just pawning off work to our department. And I was like, this is bullshit. But it's actually pretty easy, so I'm not mad about it anymore.
Is it easier than like your department's work?
Honestly, I think my job is easier than what they have us doing right now.
Nice.
But I understand it better. So now that I understand it better, I'm like, oh, okay, now I know what I need to do. So I'm not as mad as I was. And it turns out I was the only one who was paying. Okay, so they taught us how to do the new work. And apparently I was the only one paying attention when they were teaching us how to do the new work, because literally everyone was asking very basic questions. They were like, if the paperwork has this on it, does that mean it's good or does that mean it's bad? Because we process paperwork. And they're like, does that mean it's good or does that mean it's bad? And I was like, it means it's bad. And everyone's like, well, how do you know? And I was like, because I took notes. I took notes when they were teaching us how to do it. Apparently I was the only one paying attention. Jesus Christ. And they're like, oh my god, Reaver, you're amazing. And I'm like, yes, I know I'm fucking amazing. I know I am.
Damn, dude. They just fed more into your ego.
Yep, pretty much.
Damn.
And they're like, and everyone kept asking, and they were like, okay, so how about this? Is this needed? And I was like, you know what? Why doesn't everyone just take my notes? Just take my notes, because it literally answers all your freaking questions. I'm trying to decide how big to make Chat's mustache. Okay, maybe that's a little too big because it's gonna hide Chat.
It's like doing a group assignment, and you're the only one doing the work.
I know. Oh my god. You'd think being an adult and being in like an office work would save you from stuff like that, but apparently not. All right, Chat. Here's your glorious ass mustache. Oh god. I really wish I could just like highlight it and move it where I want it to. Oh god. No, not the head pats. Okay. Do you want
Are you
head?
still doing? Are
Oh,
you still
sorry.
doing head pats like automatic, like
Yes.
just, like,
Don't look
moving
at
a
me.
gif around?
Don't look at my stream. Don't look at it. Don't look at my stream.
Bro, I sent you the thing. You can look it up, so you don't have to do that anymore.
I don't know how to use it. Don't know how to... I'm illiterate when it comes to tech. It's been
Call me
years.
one day, and I'll help you hook it up.
Okay. I was even. Oh god, I can't ruin this price. Never mind. I'll talk to you later about it. But anyways, there, chat. There, chat. Are you? Make it bigger? Oh my fucking god! You guys are incorrigible. Incorrigible.
You're gonna make it bigger, and then the chat's gonna be like, make it smaller now.
Jesus Christ. They're like, give us a mustache now, and I'm like, oh my god, wait. And they were like, make it bigger. I spoil you once, and look what it's turned you guys into, monsters, little brats. Tell me, do you take your whiskey neat, Sigil?
What?
I was saying.
I feel like that's a reference to something, but I don't know.
I was listening to a new Hosier song. I think it's called. You pronounce it Hosier? Hosier.
Hosier.
Yeah. I was listening to a new Hosier song, and it's called "Too Sweet," and it says, "I take my whiskey neat." And I was like, "Do you take your whiskey neat?"
I don't like to drink.
Oh, you know? Oh, you know, that's...
I drink orange juice.
You know, that's A-okay.
I've just never been like I don't know, I've never really been like a big drinker. I'll have like on a serious note, I'll have like a...
Perfection.
I'll probably drink like once a month, if that.
Yeah, same. Like, I'm not a big drinker either. I only do it when I go out, like, when I go hang out with friends or my family. I'm like, okay, I'll go drink a little bit. But even then, I don't really drink that much. I think only 2 times I got, like, really, really drunk. But that was it.
I got really drunk once in high school. Like, near the end of high school, and that was it.
Illegal. Illegal.
I forgot
Arrest
that was
him.
illegal.
Arrest him.
No, well, it's cool.
Wait, are you in the US?
I was close. No, I'm in Canada. I was still
I don't
legal,
know.
but like closer. Like it's 19 here, so like it's 2 years away.
2 years.
It was yeah, I was like 16 or something.
Oh my god. I was just
Dude,
16
I got
or
drunk,
something, and I got drunk.
This is all I remember from it. I remember getting drunk. I punched one of my friends in the boob, and and then I kissed a homie for New Year's. And that was my night. That was my one time getting drunk.
Oh my
There's
god.
context to all those things, but it's better. I was like at New Year's, I was just like, oh, I don't even want to kiss, and my like 6 foot tall buddy just goes, "I got you," and grabs it back.
Oh my. Jesus Christ. Dude, the first time I ever got wait, I don't think it... Oh yeah, the first time I ever got drunk, I was 21, legal age, and
oh, fancy you.
I was given a whole bottle of champagne, and I was like, this tastes okay, and I was like, this ain't gonna... And then I took a couple more sips, and I was like, this ain't doing shit. So I just started chugging it, and I drank like, was it 1/4, 1/3 of it, of the bottle, and I was like, have minded my own business, and then I was like, whoa, it just like vertigo. I was like, whoa, and then I was like, I think I'm gonna be sick. The fucking alcohol just hit me like instantly, all at once. And yeah, it was. I'm never underestimating champagne ever again. I learned my lesson after that.
I had a buddy, and he was like young, and he got drunk by accident because he was like, there was like 2 dispensers. One was for like juice, and one was for wine, and he just picked the wrong one as like a kid.
Oh my!
And just kept drinking wine, and they just found him like just blasted by accident. He was like at a wedding or something.
Goodness.
And they put the alcohol and the juice or something like it in a container that looks the exact same right beside each other.
Jeez. Goodness gracious. I think they did that shit on purpose.
I know, it's such a trap.
Yeah.
It's like the. Do you ever watch Ted Nivison?
No.
He did like the. He did a video saying that they had like this. They had like this buffet table of like food and stuff, and at one end was real food, and at the other end was like edibles,
What?
and like marijuana, like edibles
no,
and
I
stuff.
I know what you mean. I was like, what is right next to the food? Was it labeled?
Apparently there was a divider somewhere, not a divider, but it was like, okay, the one end's real food and real candy and like chips and stuff. The other one is like fake chips and edibles.
Oh
And
my.
he grabbed something near the middle, which was this like nerd's rope, I think is what it's called. And he
Nerd?
ended up eating like 1,000 milligrams
Oh no.
of weed. And there's video of it, and he's just like, he is like out of it.
Dang.
He's a big YouTuber though. He did a video like traveling to every single rainforest cafe in America and stuff like that.
Ooh. Interessante.
And then they did another one going to every like Margaritaville.
Wait, Margaritaville is a place?
It's like a chain. There's like 15 of them, something like that.
What? I never knew that. Interesting.
Yeah, there's one in Canada.
Oh, like I was like I heard of Margaritaville, but it was a country song. I didn't know it was an actual
Yeah,
thing.
because it's Jimmy Buffett. Is that the singer? Yeah, there's a song called like Margaritaville. It's all based on like him and his stuff. And then on top of that, there's like, yeah, and then there's like one in Canada, which I've actually been to, which is nice.
Yeah. Wait, hold on. Are we thinking the same thing?
Yep. Yeah, he like,
Oh, okay.
yeah, that song plays at the restaurant.
Oh my.
Because it's a Jimmy Buffett themed restaurant, or like it's his own chain.
Jeez.
Yeah,
Alright.
it's cool.
Wait, have you ever
Okay.
eaten there?
Yeah, I went once. There's one in Canada. Same with like Rainforest Cafe. There's one Rainforest Cafe in Canada.
And is it good? Is it good or is it bad?
Margaritaville, not bad. Like the food's actually tasty, and I like enjoyed it.
Nice.
Rainforest Cafe, no, it was not good. The food wasn't good at all, and it was like really over. It would be like I got like a turkey sandwich, and it was like the most basic turkey sandwich I've ever had from a restaurant,
Dang.
and it was like $30, and I'm like, what the hell is this?
$30? What a rip.
Yeah, the only thing that was good is like the dessert. They had this one dessert that was like crazy, and other than that, the rest of the food is like pretty not great.
Yeah, there's this one restaurant that's like down the street from where I live. It's called like Moonshine something or other. And I was like, ooh, this looks like a really fancy restaurant. So me and my sister go there and we eat the food. The food's like, I don't even remember what I got. That's how memorable the experience was. I don't remember what food I got. And I assume it didn't taste good because I don't even remember what I ate. And then the only thing I could remember was that I got like a banana vanilla pudding with like vanilla wafer cookies in it and whipped cream. And like, that's the only thing I remember because it tasted delicious. Everything else I do not remember. So
Nice.
that just speaks to how good the food was. All right, now back on track. All right. The Hamar-Daban incident. I have no idea what this is, but
From ice cream to the Hamar-Daban incident.
the smooth transition, of course. All right.
Yeah, let's
The video
go.
starts. So I'm really excited to announce that I finally have
Yeah,
my own merch. I love the items that we have up so
Let's
far,
go.
especially this limited edition
Oh, is it too loud for you?
No, it's fine.
hoodie. It's really comfortable and it's going to be available for the next 7 days. So check the link in the description if you'd like one for yourself.
Chat, link in the description for merch.
My chat just said nice merch.
I know, it is pretty nice. The following video is disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised. Be advised, guys. Be advised, viewership. Anyone under 18 who somehow got their way in here, viewer discretion is advised, and I suggest you leave, actually. Nick Crowley presents
The Dyatlov Pass Incident. A case that many consider to be one of the greatest mysteries of all time.
Okay, yeah, sure. Greatest mysteries of all time, right?
Yeah.
I already debunked the theory that they're like, what could have possibly happened? And I'm like, okay, so one of the marks on the hikers was consistent with a baton, meaning it was some type of military person or police officer. Second, I think it's a big indicator on what happened, but it could have been an animal, not gonna lie, but one of the injuries on one of the hikers was that her tongue was taken out while she was still alive. And it could have been an animal, but I think a person did that. And so what my theory was that, and because the coroner kept saying they all died of hypothermia, even though they all had the fucking life beat out of all of them. Like most of their they were covered in bruises and scrapes and bones were broken, so they were beaten to all hell. And a lot of people theorized, oh, maybe it was an avalanche. But if that was true, then the investigators wouldn't have found the tent. They wouldn't have found their bodies. Their bodies weren't even that covered up with snow. Maybe an inch of snow. It wasn't even that much. Like,
Was that on an incident similar to this, or was that on this incident?
he mentioned the Dyatlov Pass.
Right.
Dyatlov Pass took place in the mountains of Russia, I believe, because it was during the Soviet Union.
Right.
So during that time, some hikers were going up a mountain called Death Mountain. For some reason, they wanted to go on a hiking trip to Death Mountain, and they got lost on the trail, and they veered off into some unmarked path, and they just ended up dead mysteriously. And
this is the one. This is the one we were talking about last time. We were talking about this stuff.
Yeah. So I didn't know of it. Like, I only know what my chat said of it, and they just told me that it was the Dyatlov Pass. That's it. Turns out what I was thinking was totally different from what Dyatlov Pass actually was. So it was a totally different incident, totally different thing. But what happened at the Dyatlov Pass was that these hikers, they got lost, and their friend back home didn't hear from them for like days, maybe a week, and he got concerned. So, oh no, I think it was a couple days, because it was obviously a Russian winter. You know, people don't survive those because they're fucking harsh. So he called the authorities, and the authorities found their bodies. And as I said, they're beaten up really badly, and in some cases maybe tortured. And some people theorize it was an avalanche that killed them, but I don't think that's true, because it was never mentioned in the video that they had to dig through like piles of snow just to get to them. So I don't think that's true, because it would have been relevant information if it was. So it's not like
wasn't there a thing with that one where it's like, didn't they find like slash marks from like the inside of their tent or something like that?
They said it was the inside, but I think that's a lie. I think that's a cover-up. What I think happened was that someone cut their way into their tent. I think they changed things around to hide the fact that maybe some KGB agents found them, because and they forced them out of the tent and forced them out into the elements, and beat them, maybe tortured them for some info to see why they were there, and then killed them, is my theory. And what supports this theory is that, like, as you said, the tent was cut open. They said it was cut open from the inside. I think that's not true. I think it was cut open from the outside. They just changed it to make it more mysterious and to hide evidence and stuff. Two of the hikers were keeping watch outside the tent, and they were one of the first to be beaten to all hell before the others, or this is what I assume what happened. Two hikers were outside the tent. So they had their winter clothes on. They were discovered first by the quote unquote, allegedly, quote unquote, the KGB agents. And they were quickly hit in the head with a blunt object. And the one thing that the coroner said that was also interesting was that some of the broken bones were broken with a force not made by human, like a non-human force. So some people thought that maybe it was a Yeti or it was Bigfoot. And for some reason my chat equated that to being Bigfoot was part of the KGB and used his big dong to beat everyone to death. And that's what the conclusion was to that to that incident.
My theory on it, when I read it, when I watched it first, my this is how my brain interpreted it in like kind of a dumb way, is I'm like, I just focused on like the tent thing. I was like, oh, like there was slash marks from inside the tent. I'm like, it was late at night. One of them like looks outside this tent, boom, full moon, goes inside the tent. He's a werewolf. Kills everyone.
you're like werewolf.
Werewolf.
Oh my. You know, not gonna lie, when I first heard that the tent was cut from the inside, I was like, was there like an animal or something inside the tent and it startled them and they like wanted to quickly get out? But then I was like, that doesn't really make much sense because there's an entrance. They could just fucking run out the fucking entrance of the tent. Like, I don't understand why they couldn't have done that. But then as more information was fed to us, I was like, oh, so it makes more sense that a KGB agent slashed their way into the tent. Or they forced everyone to come out and then they destroyed their tent. And then they're like making it seem like they're just trying to hide evidence. Because, yeah, some of the things that the coroner reported didn't make much sense. Oh, yes, fucking what the coroner said, that this one guy was beaten to all hell. Like, literally, he was covered in bruises. He was covered in broken bones, covered in scratches. And the coroner said self-inflicted. It was self-inflicted, guys. And that's how I knew. I was like, oh, this is a fucking government cover-up. Because it's always the fucking government that goes, oh, he was shot in the back of the head 5 times. Self-inflicted. Oh my god. Every fucking time. And I'm like, yeah, it was the fucking Soviet Union officers or whatever, the KGB. They fucking covered that shit up every time. It gets me every time. And then
when I watched it, I think my like 2 theories, even though they didn't like line up correctly, was like my first one was just hypothermia before I got all the information, because I'm like, oh, they started going like crazy, and then like one thing led to another, like they ran out of their tent, because I know it was also a thing where like, didn't they like run out barefoot or something?
Yes, but they ran out barefoot, but the interesting part was that they all marched in a straight line. It wasn't chaotic. Like, they didn't like spiral. Like, there weren't any foot tracks or any evidence of them like, you know, circling around erratically in the snow. They marched from the tent in a straight line to deeper into the forest, which, if you are very familiar with how military operatives worked back then, especially during tyrannical reigns, they forced people into a prison march, you know, in a straight line. Especially if you have, I don't know, a fucking, you know, weapon, like maybe a gun pointed at you. And then they kept saying that, oh, it was, the force was of non-human force broke these bones. And I was like, so are you trying to say that like it wasn't a fist that broke these bones, it was maybe a butt of a gun that broke these bones? I think they were trying to say it in a way that like, oh, something broke their bones, but they don't want to say it was definitely a weapon that fucking broke their bones.
It seems like they're trying to like attribute it to like an animal, but they just like can't.
Yeah, and I was like, what animal? Well, I guess a bear. Don't get me wrong. I was, before even more we got more information, I was like, was it a bear? Did a bear come in and just attack everybody? But then some of the injuries don't make sense because bears claw and they tear, they rip and tear, but the injuries weren't really consistent of that. They were covered in bruises and scrapes, which are not consistent with a bear attack, because they would be missing parts of their bodies. They would, like, yeah, would have been a bloodbath. So it's not a bear. The one thing that tipped me off was he said self-infliction on a body that there's no way that it would have been self-inflicted. And when the guy in the videos, when Nick in the video said that the bruising along one hiker's body was consistent of that of a baton, I was like, yep, definitely a government cover-up. What also helped support that theory was that thank you, Mr. Shaparak, for the hydration check. Anyways. Oh yeah, they also said that, or at least, it wasn't in the video, but one of my chatters, Baldy, he said that radiation was found in that area that the hikers were found. But Baldy said it was years later, and the guy who found the radiation spikes the radiation spikes were very small. But I was like, but if you go back in time, that would mean that when the hikers were there may have been more radiation around them than what we found today. Because I think the guy who investigated the area, he wasn't like I think he was a journalist. I don't think he was like a detective or anything. But he was checking the area, and it was like in 2021, I think Baldy said it was. That he did a radiation check, and it was just a small traces. But I was like, but if we, go back to the Soviet Union, it wouldn't surprise me if they were doing illegal experimentation on nuclear energy, nuclear weapons, and they didn't want anyone to find out about it. And so, and the hikers took pictures, but most of the fucking photos were destroyed because I think one camera was in a river, or found in a river, or in a puddle. So most of the photos were destroyed, but some of the images on there made it seem like a weapon was being fired. Now, I don't know if it was a gun or if it was a missile, but they saw something that they shouldn't have, and someone thought that they need to get rid of them. And what also supports my theory, there's a lot of evidence, I'm sorry. What also supports my theory is that there's a blurry image of a figure. And people were like, oh my God, that's Bigfoot. They were killed by Bigfoot. And I'm like looking, and I'm like, that's obviously a dude in a dark green or in a fucking jumpsuit. Because I can see the outline of his like polo collar. And I was like, it just looks like a guy in a mask. I was like, they were obviously being watched. Like, what? And everyone's like, no, it's Bigfoot, obviously. And I'm like, oh my God. Aren't you happy, Bread? L hater. Fuck off, Bread. Bread, Inferno Bread, was the main guy pushing the fact that it was actually Bigfoot that killed them with his dong, and yeah,
with his massive dong. Yeah,
exactly. Radioactive massive dong. And apparently he's part of the KGB. So there you go. Bigfoot's part of the KGB, and that is what your theory's still trash. How dare you? My theory makes sense.
I have a question.
Yes.
Did Bigfoot wait, how do I word this? Did Bigfoot have a big dong that got radioactive, or was it radioactive which made it big?
That is a good.
Is Bigfoot just naturally radioactive, or did he just did his
Chat,
dong just like dip into like a radioactive lake or something? Like how?
chat said fair question. Oh my. I just don't know how you trust some of the coroner reports but not others. What are you talking about? I'm saying I do agree with what they're saying, but I also know that they're purposely keeping things out or rewording things to hide stuff. Like, they're hiding stuff. Don't. Look, I have been a government conspiracy cover up nerd for a while before I even started streaming. So, don't think I don't know a cover up when I see one. Like, not to toot my own horn, but yeah, like, I can tell when they're purposely leaving things out on purpose. Because when you have injuries that are made, was it not non-human force was made on the bodies, but they don't tell you what it could have been. Like, for some reason, it makes me think that they may have been shot. I feel like they may have been shot to death, but they just left the bullets were found on the bodies. They left that part out, and any bullet holes, they left that part out. Like, they just said it was hypothermia. That's what I think happened, was that they were found, tortured, beaten, and they were shot to death. Maybe execution style. Actually, I don't know. Actually, no. I remember that they actually took pictures of the dead bodies, and I don't think there was any gunshots on the bodies. But then again, it could have been the Marilyn Monroe incident where they, like, specifically take certain angles of the body so you don't really see all the angles. Do you know what I mean?
That's fair. I know. How did Marilyn Monroe die again? It was natural causes, right?
That's what they want you to think.
Yeah.
Allegedly. But some people think it was an overdose. Some people think she died of a heart attack or natural causes. Some people said that the photos taken of her body were only in one direction. They weren't in every direction. And they were only in specific angles. And some people said that you can actually see bruising on her neck. So, allegedly, she died of natural causes. Allegedly.
That reminds me of when JFK died. To not try to worry the public, the photos they sent from the coroner's office were a lot tamer than what happened. So if you look up, I do, like, you have to just, I guess, like, on personal time, or like you'd have to look, like, people would have to look this up personally. But if you look up like the pictures of JFK after his death, there's two variations you'll get. The one you'll get, it looks like there's like a little, I don't know what you'd call it, like a pinhole in his forehead.
Oh.
So it looks like it was like a clean pass through. Those ones are fake, and those ones they had to reconstruct his head to make it look like that, because they didn't want it to look, because like the president has died, and they didn't want it to look as gruesome as it was. So they made it. There's a bunch of photos that look like that are really covered up. And then like there's one photo of him laying on a table, and it's how it actually was. Like, it's his head kind of
like the
missing pieces. Yeah, because like in the video, you can see like he gets hit pretty hard with what he got shot with. And then in the original coroner's image, it just shows like a something that goes from like the back of his head, like a little hole, and then it shows it like kind of come up part of his forehead. And then in other ones, it shows that he's like he was destroyed.
I don't know how I feel about that. Like, they tried to make it not as bad as it was. I don't know how I feel about that. I would have been like, I don't know, because I don't know. I would have said like, to respect the family of the president, we're not gonna show the photos of, we're not gonna release the photos. I mean, you can release the photos like 10 years later, but like I don't know. I don't know how I feel about them covering up and making it look tame than what it actually was. But then again, there's a whole conspiracy on JFK's murder. And have you seen Wendigone's video on the JFK assassination?
No, I've heard of it though.
Oh, it's so good. We should watch it together sometime.
Yeah, no problem.
It's really good. I fucking love Wendigoon. He like does research when he gets invested into a topic. And oh my god, like literally his video like changed my perspective on the whole incident entirely. I was like, oh my god. But we have to watch it at some point. If you search up, she died due to an overdose.
Oh, okay.
Allegedly. Game theory. Reaver was the one on the grassy knoll. Oh my. Reaver says she's 4'9" to try distance herself from Bigfoot because she is in fact Bigfoot. Damn it. They're getting on to me. Reaver morbs into Bigfoot when the moon is full. Oh my. All right, goodbye, chat. We're gonna watch the video now.
As over 60 years.
We're at one.
One sec. No, 1 second. I wanted to send you something. You can't because I was talking about the JFK thing. I wanted to send this to you. You can't really show us, but you can. I just wanted to show you this because it's really interesting. So this is one of the pictures they like released. If this is okay to show you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's one of the ones they released for reference. That's them trying to measure kind of the hole, which is kind of near the back of his head. And they released a couple like it, just kind of showing the trajectory of it. I think is the point of these pictures.
Oh, there's measuring the splatter?
I guess like where it kind of came out, like the angle it came out. Oh yeah, here's one of the photos they sent.
That doesn't make sense. It's like at an angle. Oh no, it makes sense. Never mind, it makes sense. Never mind.
It does. His head's kind of sitting backwards. It was like also like this too. And it was like pictures like these, and then in reality the pictures they had looked like this is more of the. I would say this one. This is like more of a tamer one, clearly, but the pictures actually looked like this.
Oh yeah.
Where if you can kind of see from that, he's like missing part of his head essentially.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah, see, and it was weird. So that was the thing where they essentially, and it was like this isn't even a conspiracy. What they did is they repaired it, and then they used clay to put it. Part of it's like clay apparently to make it.
Actually,
it's like they didn't want to.
I think I can see it. Actually,
they didn't want to worry the American public, so they just made the death look more peaceful than it was.
So,
and then like
I don't know how I feel.
So it's interesting.
Like I said, I still don't know how I feel about them trying to make it look tame than it actually was. I don't know how I feel about that.
It's weird. It's definitely weird.
Like I can understand, but I also don't really agree with it. Like I don't know.
Now that we're talking about all these conspiracies, I can't wait to like open my window and see like the red dot on my forehead or something.
Oh my! This is all alleged, guys. We're coming up with jokes. This is all jokes, guys. This is all
guys,
alleged.
This is jokes. It's all fun and
yeah.
games till you look out your window, and it's Bigfoot holding the sniper rifle.
Oh my!
Like it's the one they were right about.
It's the one thing we were right about. Oh my god! Jesus Christ! That's.
They're like they're onto us.
Jesus. They have us on a list now. No. Streamers indie streamers to keep an eye on. Oh my.
There was a joke like that by Super Mega, and the joke was like they had this joke conspiracy that every big assassination event was caused by people figuring out the secret recipe to Coca-Cola. And they just didn't want it to get leaked.
Oh
so
my god.
They connected like all big events to like just people figuring out about Coca-Cola.
God damn it. That's pretty good though. God damn it. Okay. We did actually start this fucking video. God damn it.
Okay, yeah, let's go.
Later, there is no agreed upon conclusion.
No agreed upon conclusion. It was obviously the KGB. What are you talking about? And then what pissed me off was that in the end of his video, he was like, it could have been the KGB, but only because the hikers saw an alien or Bigfoot and the KGB had to stop. I was like, what are you talking about? They're obviously doing some kind of weapon manufacturing or experimentation, and the fucking hikers discovered their secret, operation shit, and they had to get rid of them. Like, what are you talking about, aliens and fucking Bigfoot? Look, I'm a big alien and Bigfoot nut. I'm just saying, then anything's possible. But
I'm alien, but not as much a Bigfoot. I used to be more of a Bigfoot believer when I was younger.
Actually, I was gonna say I was a big Bigfoot believer, but then I watched Armored Skeptic's video on the Bigfoot incident. Like, there was this incident, the famous videotape of Bigfoot walking?
Yeah.
He did a whole deep dive into the history of it and what happened afterwards, and it is speculated that it most likely have been faked, and he does have a lot of evidence proving that it may have been fake. And I was like, damn, that kind of, ruins the mysticism of it. But I can also understand, yeah, I can see that. Like, it's not.
I felt the same
real.
way about the Loch Ness monster. Like, the original photo was 100% confirmed to be fake. The original, the famous photo of the Loch Ness monster, where it's its head's out of the water, supposedly. Yeah, that got confirmed to be fake. Because the guy that took the photo was this photographer that was looking for fame, and then kind of fed off it.
Jeez.
And not to mention his son. Or his son, I guess grandson at that point, eventually just leaked and just kind of gave out the fact that he had faked it, and then what he had done is he had brought in, because there's also pictures of tracks, but they look like elephant feet, and that's what he did. He brought these fake pair of elephant feet that he could stamp on the ground.
Son of a bee.
And then the picture is actually it's this wooden brachiosaur head that's taped to essentially a floating barrel, and they found blueprints for that specific thing in the guy's house.
What a letdown, dude.
Yeah, and that kind of makes me disappointed. Though, to be fair, some of the other water creature ones, there's a lot less evidence for, or not less evidence. There's actually the Loch Ness monster is the most famous water creature.
Mm-hmm.
But there's actually others that have so much more stuff that's happened with it, and some that I don't know if I believe in the Loch Ness monster, but some of the others, I'm kind of oh, that's weird.
Yeah, have you seen the video that was recently posted on TikTok about a siren? A guy was on a fishing ship, and he heard a siren, and you can actually hear it in the background. But I don't know if it's real. It could be fake, but it's kind of eerie.
No, I haven't seen that one yet.
I think when it comes to ocean life, we have not explored every crevice of the ocean. So in that aspect, I believe anything's possible, that we could find anything down there. And some people think that there might be sirens, there might be mermaids, and it could be true. I don't know.
There's this interesting video, and it's a little more scientific, but it's a guy explaining that it's a very popular video, but he's explaining that theoretically or mathematically we're set to find 7 more supposed sea monsters.
7 more?
7 more, because he said, okay, we found the giant squid, or giant squid, and then we found this extinct animal. And he's when looking at all the extinct animals we found over the years that were supposed to be dead,
Mm-hmm.
he's mathematically you can extrapolate that based on the graph. He's oh, you can actually extrapolate that A, we're gonna find this many more roughly, and B, he's we're basically due for one now, right now.
God.
We're due to find a sea monster.
Oh, I hate the ocean.
Or at least to find a crazy animal or something that's extinct.
I am so scared. You know that scene in The Meg? You know that movie, The Meg?
Oh,
with
I've
the
never seen The
Megalodon?
Meg, actually.
Okay, have you seen the trailer?
Yeah.
That fucking scene where it's the top view and you see a little little boat in the ocean, and then you just see this massive fucking shark mouth coming up, getting closer and closer to the surface, about to swallow the boat.
Yes.
That is my worst nightmare. That is my worst nightmare. I fucking hate that.
I swam in the ocean once for 5 minutes, and I was freaking out the whole time.
Oh, dude, the one time my brother... okay, so I went to Florida to visit my brother, and then he took me out to the sea, and I was like, oh my god, the sea! And he was like, okay, Reaver, you got to... He told me that I had to fucking swim my way like 5 miles out to the sea, and if I make it past the currents, it'll be just calm sea. And I was like, I don't know if this is a good idea, because I'm a tiny person, but and I have no muscle on me, so I'm like, I don't know if this is a good idea, but I'll try, because mama didn't raise no bitch. And so I jump into the water, and and the fucking waves were fucking rolling me all around. I didn't know what way was up, and I was like, I'm gonna die here. I'm gonna die. Because I was running out of air, and I was scared I was gonna inhale salt water and I was gonna drown. And I was like, this is how I die. And then the moment I was like, okay, I'm gonna die right now, literally just as I was thinking that, a second later, my feet touched the sandy ground, and then I just like clawed my way up the shore, and I was like, and what was even funnier was that there was a group of people like 5 inches away from me. They were like right next to me, and I was like crawling my way out of the ocean, almost half dead, and they were just looking at me. And I was like, I'm never going back.
How old were you when this happened?
Oh, I was like 22, 23. And I was like, I'm never.
I was you to be like 10.
No, I am a small person. I'm like 4'8". I'm 4'8", and barely 90 pounds. And I was like, I'm never going back into the ocean ever again. And that was like the worst experience. And not only am I never going back to the ocean, I'm never listening to my brother ever again. That fucking piece of shit almost made me drown.
Jesus. I'm actually really like happy with my height, because I'm like, well, I'm in a weird spot, because I'm like my chat just said small lady Reaver. But
I am pretty small, not gonna lie.
I'm just I'm like my height's like 5'7".
5'7".
But I'm in this weird spot where I'm like, I'm not really like, it's kind of like I think it's like close to like the average. So I'm like, I feel like I'm not short enough to be a short king, but I'm not tall by like any means.
Yeah, I think, isn't 5'7" like considered like the average height, quote unquote average height?
It's the world average. My country's average, I'm like slightly below, because my country's average is like 5'9", I think, for men.
5'9"? That's actually pretty tall, isn't it? I think for my country it's 5'7".
Yes, it is.
5'9", national average 5'9". That's pretty crazy. I think ours is 5'7". So I think you're more average here, I guess, in the U.S.
Yeah. And it's interesting though, because like I've literally been talking to people, and they've been like, it's okay, short king, and I'm like, am I though? Like what?
You're not the shortest man alive. I mean, I think the shortest would probably be like 5'5". Ugh.
Yeah, see, if I was like 5'5", I'm like, okay, I can get that. But I'm at this weird, like, I'm literally just like, I'm just average.
Wait,
I feel like I'm not like.
Does Canada have like a national average of what's considered like a midget or a dwarf? As long as you're above that, you're fine. I'm barely no, actually, I think I'm a legal midget, or am I a legal dwarf? I can't remember. Legally, I'm a midget. Ugh.
Little People of Ontario defines dwarfism as a height of 4'10".
4'10". God, I don't even I'm a fucking dwarf. I'm a fucking dwarf. I'm not even considered a midget.
Are those different height classifications?
Isn't dwarf shorter than a midget? Or is a midget taller? God
I
damn
thought it was. I thought they were. I thought dwarf was the new term.
it.
I
Google.
thought
Google, answer this question, Google.
you're on. You're on like. Wait, what browser are you using?
Firefox. Are you gonna judge me for
Why-
Firefox too?
No, but I'm judging you that you're going to Google on Firefox, and you could just like search it.
You know what, Mr. Tech Man? All right, I'm a avid Google user. I'm an avid Google user. If I have any questions, I go to Google.
You seem like the type of person to be like www.youtube.com.
God damn it. What is it? Oh, wait, what is taller, a midget or a dwarf?
Oh, it came up.
Difference. A dwarf is an extremely short adult who is less than 58 inches tall. The word midget is considered derogatory and offensive. Well, you say that, but people call me midget all the time, so.
Yeah, that's what I was told. I was told that dwarf is just the new term.
So dwarfism is short stature that results from dwarfism is generally defined as an adult height of 4 feet 10 inches or less. So I'm a dwarf. Fuck. I'm a dwarf. Shit.
On a weird side note, have you ever seen like dogs with dwarfism? They're so
Oh, they're so
they're
cute.
like animals with dwarfism. It's so cute.
Yeah,
Like, I saw one was like a German Shepherd with it, and he was so tiny.
don't they just like was it they breed? Don't they just breed them that way though? Like get a golden retriever with a Dutch hound
You can get like
or wiener dog, whatever.
you
and
can
then-
get just like you can breed certain animals together and just get like smaller versions. But like there is actual like animals can get just dwarfism like anything.
I've seen
And, like-
dwarf huskies. They're so fucking cute. Oh my god. Dwarf huskies are cute.
Oh yeah.
So Happy Baya literally asked this a while ago, but he's like, "What's your guys' favorite cryptids other than KGB Bigfoot?" Me personally, mine's Mothman, but I personally imagine him more sexy, I guess. Fan service-y.
If you
in my-
visited the statue and you touched the butt.
Oh my god, she touched the butt.
I'm looking up more cryptids just to see if there's anything I'm missing. I like Mothman. I also like the Jersey Devil. It's not mentioned enough, but I think it's cool.
What is the Jersey Devil? I'm gonna look up Mothman fan art.
It's like a woman apparently gave birth to like this devil, and it was like head of a goat. It's like head of a goat, really long neck, wings, and I forget the exact.
Oh my god, fucking the butt. Jesus Christ. I can't even. Ooh, this looks cool. Wait, so the Jersey Devil has the face of a woman, wings, and what else?
Face of a goat.
Face of a goat, the body of a woman?
No, wait, I never said woman.
Wait, I thought you did. I thought you said a woman. I'm losing my shit.
Uh,
Okay, what was it? So the face of a goat, and what else?
Okay, wait, I'm bringing you a description. The creature is often described as a flying biped, so it stands on 2 legs. With hooves, but they're various. The common one known as a bipedal kangaroo-like or wyvern-like creature with a horse or goat-like head, leathery bat wings, horns, small arms. It's like a flying
Oh!
T-Rex with no tail and a goat head.
A flying. What? A flying.
You have to look up pictures for it to make sense, but like it's kind of like a T-Rex, because it's bipedal, so it like stands on 2 legs, but then it's like 2 short arms supposedly, and huge like bat wings.
Ignore the fact
like
that I'm
a-
saving this to my photos.
Simp.
No, don't look. Don't look at my photos. Anyways, okay.
Oh no, the 10 petabyte homework folder.
Oh. Jersey.
Did you just try to spell Jersey with a G?
Ignore me. Ignore
saw
it. You
that.
didn't say that. No, you didn't see it. Oh, this is actually pretty cool. I'm gonna say that. Beep, 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 beep. So
Yeah,
That's
it's
not-
like the head of a ram. It always is shown with a really long neck, but it never defines why. It's like, yeah, short arms, long legs, and then like bat wings. It was supposedly that like, and supposedly it's like a human. To a degree, like, I think the lore is that a human just like gave birth to that one day, and then now it just like roams the woods.
Oh yeah, did you? I don't know if this is too gross, but did you hear about the woman who gave birth to dead baby rabbits? Like back in the either the 1600s or the 1800s. There was like it was all over during the time when they had like newsprint, and there's like, did you know about the lady who gives birth to dead rabbits? It's an omen. And it just turned out that she was just, you know, shoving them up in areas she wasn't supposed to, and just, you know, pushing them out. And
Yeah, I've actually heard of that now.
really, yeah. Reaver got as cute dwarf voice? No, no. Dwarf is taller, aren't they? Yeah, are they? I thought midget and then dwarf. Never mind, I could be wrong. I don't know.
As far as I understood it, dwarf is just the new term. Like dwarf
Yeah.
is just a generic term.
Yeah.
I think.
Look on
Oh,
the
look at the
bright-
cute! Look at the small Jersey devil. Look at the like the round boy.
Oh,
You have these
that
like
one?
creepy
Oh,
images, and then you have the little round ball.
It's just like, let's take this horrifying monster and just make it cute. Dude, did you see this one? It's so cute. I like it. It's very cartoonish.
That one's good. Yeah, I like the Jersey Devil. I think it's a really interesting creature.
I
I'm trying to
think
just think of like other cryptids, but like
Isn't-
I'm not a big fan of like
isn't-
Loch.
isn't the Baba Cthulhu also considered a cryptid? I could be wrong.
No, he's from H.P. Lovecraft. Like he's from that.
Yeah, but some people believe he's real, isn't it? Isn't it?
A little
I'm
bit,
also, Yo, Happy, also a Mothman enjoyer. Hello. He said Gage. Oh my. Sexy Mothman? There are other kinds of Mothman? Oh my. Chupacabra is dope too.
Yeah, Chupacabra's one.
Yeah.
Chupacabra, Jersey Devil. Oh, I've always forget the Jackalope.
The
Technically, it's one.
jackalope is a cryptid? Okay.
Apparently.
Is the unicorn a cryptid too? Is it? Is it? Is the unicorn a cryptid?
Jackal is a mythical animal of North America described as a jackrabbit and jackalope. It maybe I guess it could be defined as one. It's a mythological creature,
my.
I guess, right?
Yeah, I guess. Happy Bias said drop bears. Jesus Christ.
I do think though, I've heard people like discuss this before, and I'm like, yeah, I think unicorns are really more believable than like giraffes.
Dude, I heard that too, and someone made a really great, you know, statement about it. They're like, it's more plausible that a horse has a horn than the fact that we have a fucking, over 7 feet tall animal with a long ass neck. Just like, how does that exist? Yet fucking horses with horns doesn't. Like, it doesn't make sense.
Oh yeah, and like, if you look at the history of giraffes, it's interesting because it's literally essentially like, if you believe in it, then it's like Darwinian evolution. So it's like the fact that like giraffes were from an area where like the trees were really tall, so the tallest horses could get the food easier, and because they could, they would be like better. They would have more like kids.
Mm-hmm.
So then every time they would just be taller and longer as years went on until you get like a giraffe.
Okay,
They were just
so
like
how could
slowly lengthifying.
how do we not have fucking unicorns? Like, in real life? Because we have rams, we have deer, but
Dude,
we
give
don't
me
have.
a horse, a rhino horn, and some duct tape, and I can make a unicorn. Okay, give me like 10 minutes.
I wonder. Now this is just speculation. I don't know. I don't really want to. I don't want this to actually happen because I know it's going to be a long process of animal suffering. But is it possible to like breed a unicorn? Like just take some DNA from certain animals and then just like make a unicorn?
Like, not naturally, because like you can mix certain animals just because they can just breed with each other. Like for example, like grizzly bears and polar bears can breed, and they've had kids before. They're called grizzly bears.
What? I
Um,
didn't know that.
but
Well, it
they're
makes
always
sense.
really weird. They're never the same. They're always mixed, if that makes sense. So like
Ooh, I got
they
it.
could be built for like the aquatic, like or they could be built for like the Arctic, but they could be built for like North America. And every time they get different features. There's also a liger is a thing that
Oh, yeah,
exists,
yeah.
and they're huge.
Oh
But
yeah.
then there's
Do you
another
know
way
the
around.
Science, do you know the science behind a liger? So there's a God damn it. I'm gonna get so mixed up because there's liger and then there's a was it Tygon? I get them mixed up.
Yes, and one's like one's a female tiger and a male lion. The other's a female lion and a male tiger. Is how it works.
Yeah.
If I
So
remember correctly.
so God damn it. Oh, I'm trying to remember what I learned from this, but so apparently the reason why ligers, I believe, yeah, ligers, the reason why they get so huge is because in is the lion, I can't remember if it's the lions that the mom or the dad, or the tigers that's the mom or the dad. I get confused on that. But there's supposed to be a gene in the mom's side that's supposed to tell the baby to stop growing. There's supposed to be a gene on the mom's side that's supposed to tell them to stop growing. I think it's the female tiger. The female tiger has the gene that tells the tiger or the baby to stop growing. But because that the baby does not have a tiger mother, I believe. I could be getting it wrong, but because the baby does not have a tiger mother with that specific gene, the ligon just keeps growing and gets bigger and bigger and bigger to huge fucking unbelievable sizes because it doesn't have that specific gene found in the other parent's chromosome. I don't know if you. Yeah, I was like, I don't know if I made sense.
It makes enough sense.
But yeah, I thought that was very interesting. I didn't even know ligons like got huge until someone was like, yeah, they don't fucking stop growing. They get fucking massive. And I was like, oh my god. Have you heard of the muntjac deer? Muntjac deer.
And those are really small ones.
They chunky unicorns. Probably killed. The unicorns were probably killed off eons ago, and they became mythical creatures. You know, that's actually that's plausible.
It is possible that there like was something. Like we haven't found any. To be fair, we haven't found any fossils though. But like, it wouldn't be crazy if we found like a fossil of like a unicorn. Essentially, like that wouldn't really like.
Surprise.
Like what always gets interesting.
Hmm?
Yeah, and what I always think is interesting, even though like. What's always an interesting theory and like an interesting conspiracy theory, which I want to talk about like next Tuesday when we're doing stuff, but dragons existing is always I always think such an interesting one.
Oh, that's
because it's always
so
like
interesting.
every mythology there's a version of a dragon. It's always different, but it's always a version of like some sort of dragon.
And this was during a time period where we didn't interact with other cultures.
Yeah, and then on top of that, it's like theory is like, okay, if there was something like a dragon, it would have to have like bird bones, right? And if it had like bones similar to birds, then they would be hollow. And if they were hollow, then they wouldn't fossilize. So there wouldn't be any proof of them.
Oh, that's
And then on top of that, it's like it's not as crazy because we used to thought dinosaurs were lizards, and now we're thinking they're closer to birds.
Yeah, because we found, like, was it microscopic fibers of, like, feathers were found with bones, and we're like, oh, they were covered in bones. Which, in my opinion, I'm like, oh, that doesn't make them sound very intimidating now, because they're just fluffy boys at this point with sharp teeth. Baby, you stop that. Stop growing.
Well, yeah, it's like the thing where it's like a lot of people think of like dinosaurs as like I'm trying to think of the most realistic thing we have now, like big lizards. Instead, it's like, nah, it's closer to like a big chicken, or like it's just all dinosaurs are bigger ostriches.
Oh my. Jurassic Park was ruined for me with that find. Yeah, I was like, they're just not as. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's still giant ass, sharp teeth, gonna rip you to shreds. But then you're like, they're covered in feathers. They make look more intimidating without the feathers.
Jurassic Park though makes like it's weird, but Jurassic Park actually still makes sense because in Jurassic Park, and they thank God because like not long after Jurassic Park came out, they found the whole like, oh, we think they're probably connected to birds, right, with dinosaurs.
Mm-hmm.
But in Jurassic Park, they state like right in the beginning of the movie, they're like, yeah, whatever we couldn't find of the dinosaurs' DNA, we mixed with frog DNA.
Yeah. Okay.
Which actually like helped them because now like they explain it. They're just like, well, they're mixed with frogs. That's why they're like lizardy instead of like closer to real birds.
Did you hear that they were actually thinking about like inseminating a chicken egg with old dinosaur DNA? This was years ago. This was an article years ago how scientists said that they could take a strand of dinosaur DNA and inseminate it into a live chicken egg. And
I'd be interested.
and I was like, we had Jurassic Park as a franchise for a reason. I don't know about that.
The one that I was think is interesting is we have more than enough woolly mammoth DNA to do essentially the same. And like we've debated on that a couple times of like,
Dude, we could technically.
could we bring back the woolly mammoth?
I mean, we do have their frozen, well-maintained mummified remains. So we could
yeah, and I always think that's
technically do
interesting.
that. Sorry, they
Much
keep
of they're
saying
cute.
munchausen. What about they said they have a scent gland. There's some alien
Yeah,
shit.
do you see that thing under their eye?
Ew. That's what it is?
In the
Oh,
in
but they
the
look so
fourth
cute.
photo.
Look at it. Oh, so cute. Ew, is that what it is?
Yeah,
What-
if you look actually on the photo right below that, you can see it's opened.
Ew. Why? What's it for? But it's
Dude,
so
it can smell your
cute.
soul.
It's so cute, but what is that for?
My favorite animal, if you have never
Who-
seen it,
a deer who
after look,
barks? It barks?
yeah, they're tiny.
Did you know that cheetahs meow?
Yes. Oh, if you also want to look it up, my favorite animal because of how cute it is. Oh, sorry,
No,
is it's called a quokka, Quokka, something like that.
Wait, you said Quo.
Yeah, Quokka. Yeah, there you go, quokka.
Oh my god! Look at these
They're
little
like always
guys.
smiling, and they have no predator or prey, so they're just like they're vibing.
They're just vibing.
They're
Oh
literally known as like
my
the happiest
God.
animal ever.
Oh, look at your face! Oh my god!
They're
Oh,
also like
yeah.
super peaceful. Like
Didn't
they
I
don't do
hear-
anything.
Didn't I hear that they're like so nice? They come up to anybody.
Yeah, because
They're, like,
they
very
have no
friendly?
natural. They have no predators. Like nothing hunts them. They're like capybaras. Like
Or what?
they can
Yeah,
just like vibe.
either was this little dude or was it capybaras? I was like, oh my god, indecent. But I think there's a little baby pouch. It's a little baby pouch. I thought it was something
Yeah.
else. That's cute.
Don't know this animal. Yeah, they're in Australia. They're in like an Australian animal. There isn't a lot of them. Or well, there is, but they're just native to Australia, as far as or New Zealand.
Cute, cute, cute. Oh my
Yeah, they're like
God.
always smiling. They're always happy. There's so many videos of people just taking selfies with them because they're chill enough. You can just do that and you don't have to worry.
Look at the little teeth. Look at the little teeth. Aw. He looks like he's taking his first school day picture. Oh, so cute.
When I was a kid, my favorite animal was goats, or sorry, sharks, and now it's goats.
Now it's goats.
Goats are
Jesus.
awesome, I think.
Uh,
And also, yeah.
So I thought poultry were okay, but then I found out that poultry scare me. Poultry are scary.
Like chicken and stuff.
Chickens, turkeys, those fuckers are crazy and they scare me. They scare me. Apparently, so I found out my eyes have been opened. My reality has shifted. I found out that animals you think are vegetarian are not vegetarian. They're what do you call it?
Omnivores.
Omnivores. Yeah, they eat meat and plants. Chickens.
That makes sense.
Chickens, they don't eat just seeds and shit. They fucking eat mice and stuff. And if one chicken, this is also equal to fucking turkeys and other poultry. If one of them is injured, the others will fucking come after it and peck it to death. That's how fucking twisted these fuckers are. And I'm like, oh my god. Like, they scare me. Oh yeah, and horses, there was a video I saw of a horse accidentally eating a baby chick. And I was like, oh my god. And then
Oh god.
it didn't even react. It just kept eating. And I was like, oh my god. So yeah.
I on a wholesome note, there's people who breed ostriches, right? But a common problem with ostrich breeding is the ostriches will usually fall in love with the breeder rather than any other ostrich.
Wait.
And that is a
I've heard of
constant
this.
problem.
I've heard of this. I've heard was it birds, specifically giant birds, falling in love with their caretakers, and they only do like mating dances with their caretakers. And it's like, I don't know what's going on for them to cause that, because they refuse to mate with any other of their species. They're like, nah, this human man, this one's mine.
Yeah, they do. It's interesting, and it's so funny because it's like such a common problem where they're like, they need it to breed with, just like another ostrich or emu or whatever it is, and then instead
I think it was an emu.
Instead it'll just do its dance and like be like, yeah, let's go.
And then he pretends to do the dance with her to get her, because he doesn't do anything indecent. He just does the dance with her to mimic, oh, this is my mate. And then I think she laid an egg and they got a male to inseminate it, and then he was acting like, yes, I have delivered a child to you. Like, they had the human caretaker be like, yes, I am the father of this egg, totally, and not some other ostrich came in here to do that. and then they both took turns laying on the egg. They kind of just went with it. I was like, oh yeah, wasn't the dude married too? He had a wife, and he was like, I have to tell my wife about this.
One of my favorite animals too in recent years has been possums. I really like possums.
Oh
and
god,
I think
they're freaky. Possums can be freaky in the light, dude.
No, they're awesome. They're like
You
anxious.
haven't seen a possum face to face.
I have.
Dude, they're fucking
like
huge. I say they're huge because I'm
They're
tiny.
cute.
They're fucking
They're
big.
like-
They're almost
they're like
they're
big-
bigger than my cat. They're fatter
They're
than my
chunky.
cat.
Yeah, they're like chunky, anxious cats. I love them.
They scare me, and they have rabies. No, thank you.
No, they don't.
They don't? I thought they carry rabies.
Possums are naturally immune to rabies.
Do they carry it? Could they spread
They can get it, but to get it they would have to have it would have to be an insane crazy thing. So possums are actually also immune to most snakes. Most snake venom.
What?
Yeah, so
That's
actually
crazy.
we got a lot of anti-venom from possums because we would have the snake we got a lot of anti-venom
That reminds
from
me.
possum blood, essentially, and we were able to
Dude.
extract it and figure out how it worked.
That reminds me of a story. This one guy tried to milk venom from a very, very deadly poisonous snake. And it was very dangerous because one bite from the snake could kill you. And there was no cure for it. But he was like, no, we need to get an anti-venom for this snake. And I know it's dangerous, but I'm going to try and milk the venom out of this snake. And unfortunately, he did actually end up getting killed because the snake bit him and he died from the poison. But he did milk enough venom that they were actually able to make a anti-venom for that deadly snake. And I was like, damn, what a hero.
Nice. That's cool. And I did also look it up, and yeah, it says any mammal can get rabies, but it's extremely rare for a possum.
Interesting.
Because they have low body temperature, like a really low body temperature, so the virus can't really survive. So like it could get it if it was like highly infected. You know what I mean? Like it would have to get bit like crazy. Or same with like for it to die of like snake venom, it would have to get bit a couple times before it would actually do damage. There's also a thing in possums, and this is an actual. Possums have a gene in their body that if you, what's the term? Domesticate a possum, it'll just become cuter.
What?
That's an actual thing where like it has a gene where it's getting attention from something, it'll make itself cuter, so it'll get more attention.
My heart. I want to see it. I want to see it so badly. I want to see that.
If you look at domesticated possums, that's why they're so much cuter and fluffier than like a wild possum.
Yeah, I was like.
Oh, even just like. Yeah, even just look up like pet possum.
Oh wait, I was gonna say domesticated.
Oh, domesticated works too.
Pet possum. Oh my god.
I don't think these are it. There's like see.
Oh, look at you.
I got a new hat.
Oh my.
I couldn't resist. It's
I
so
love it.
soft and luxurious.
Oh my god, it's so
It's
small.
moving. Rue's first time slubbing.
Oh my god.
Before you can stop,
It's like
it,
a
your
cat.
forehead is damp.
Yeah, they do a
with
thing called
opossum
slumming where they like
saliva.
lick and then rub against you, and it's
I
like
have found
it's like their way of being like
him
I
in
love you.
places I
Aw.
never imagined.
Oh my god. Look at him. Oh, it's so cute. Look at the little guy. Aw. He's a big one. He's big, actually. They're like ferrets.
Aw,
Aw.
he's just baby.
Dude, me and my sister saw some ferrets at the we saw ferrets at Petco, and I was like, I want a ferret now.
They're
They look-
nice, but it's a thing where like it's a weird thing with like washing them.
Yeah,
If I
they
remember
really
correctly,
stink.
they like
They
they stink
stinky.
like constantly, and they're kind of just stuck like that.
Yeah.
But I think they're cool.
Yeah, but they're so cute. They're like pretty much like, oh my god, she's just covered in babies. That's so cute.
My favorite video online right now, and if you want to look this up, it's the videos. It's like an ASMR video. It's called Possum Apple Crunch, and it's someone left a bunch of like fruit out on their porch, just to film like the animals going after it, and it's a possum trying to eat an apple,
Aw.
but it can't eat it, and it's trying to eat it whole, so it just keeps crunching on the apple over and
Oh
over.
my. That's so
But yeah.
cute.
I like them. It's why I like my Discord React image as a possum.
They're so cute. I want one now. God damn it. I already want another cat. I can't be one like a ferret and a possum and a squirrel. I can't be wanting all these animals, damn it.
I just think it's really cool. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of good things with them, and then also like a cool thing is like for possums when you domesticate them, they live longer.
Oh wow, really?
Like there's some animals where you domesticate them and they will like I'm trying to think what it is, but there's some animal like when you domesticate it, it's bad because they'll like usually die sooner. I'm trying to remember what was it, like a type of bird or fish or something. But I know some animals do that and that happens. A possum's average lifespan is like 2 years in the wild. If you domesticate it, it's like 8 to 10.
Oh, that's interesting.
It's more of like a predator thing. Like they just get picked on by like
That makes sense.
a lot of other animals. So when you domesticate them, it's like, oh, it can just live to its full, which is like 10 years, 8 years.
Nice.
Yeah.
Fun fact, they are. Oh, thank you. Fun fact, they are the cleanest animals. They transmit no diseases. Interesting.
Yeah, see, they transmit. Yeah, that's the thing. I like. I'm like, I started memeing about possums a lot, and then when I actually did like mild research, I was like, oh, these are actually like really cool, interesting animals.
I know. I fucking love animals, dude. Reaver going to get a new hat. Oh my. 40 seconds into the video. Thank you, Happy, for reminding us. Reaver will end up with a whole zoo at this rate. Yes, I will. We're solving real mysteries, like why possums are so cute. Fine, I guess we'll get on with the video why we're actually here. I like how we went on like 50 different topics, but not on the actual reason we're here.
Yeah, my chat just went good work.
Oh.
Yeah,
What
that's true.
exactly had happened to those hikers? And part of what has always drawn me to this mystery is its uniqueness, as I always thought nothing
I know he's
like
going to
it
explain, but this is also in. Oh, you can keep it going, but this is also in Russia, right? I was just going to ask that.
Hamar-Daban? I thought it took place in India. From the name. I could be wrong. I don't know.
I'm going to be disappointed in myself if I don't know this. It feels like that could be, but I don't know.
Evil Statistics said, meh, possums are more interesting. Oh my. Than solving mysteries. Okay.
could ever happen again. But little did I know, it already has.
The Hamar-Daban incident.
It was August 9th, 1993, as a group of Ukrainian kayakers paddled their way through a remote river in southern Siberia. The river tour would take
Siberia,
them
that
near
makes
the vast Hamar-Daban mountain range and give them a full view of its beauty. As they
Wait, Hamar-Daban is in Siberia?
Siberia. That makes sense.
Nah, not a very Indian name. It isn't? Hamar-Daban sounds like a very Indian name to me, but
Yeah, I didn't think so either. It didn't really I'm like I've said this to my chat, but like I'm part Indian. But like very mildly. So and
Really?
like yeah, Hamar-Daban didn't really. Oh yeah, so like my grandfather was from India. So my dad's half.
oh.
So a good way to put it is like I am Caucasian. Like I'm visibly Caucasian. My sister is like tanner, I guess.
Mhm.
Because
she has
like
more olive skin.
yeah, so she looks very like ethnically she looks very Filipino Hawaiian
Mixed.
is what she's usually guessed as. So it's like she looks like slightly tan, but she doesn't look Indian because it's been my grandfather married someone from the UK. Like my grandma.
Yeah.
So, or well, she was from Canada, but her family's from the UK. And then like my dad, who was half, married my mom, who is from Canada. Yeah, my dad's from Canada too, but like, my mother's family's from like
very diverse.
settlers.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like, I'm a mix of like the mix is weird because it's in Canada, it's something we talk about a lot. We talk about like where our family's from. I find. So like I'm Indian, Scottish, Irish, Dutch, and English.
Wow.
Yeah, is what like where my family ends up, if I remember correctly. Yeah, Indian, Irish, Scottish, Dutch. Yeah, and I think English. Yeah.
I'm just still shook that it's not an Indian name. I'm just still shook about it's not an Indian name.
It sounded slightly similar to one, but
like-
it sounded like a little off. My brain's
like,
that sounds
Trust me,
off.
bro. I'm part Indian. I know Indian names. This ain't it. This ain't it.
This ain't it. No, even I'm just like, it sounds kind of like one, but I'm like, my brain, I'm gonna level with you something. I'm like, that sounds a little off. Like, I don't think it's.
You're like,
Like
my Indian instincts are telling me, nah. This
Yeah,
is-
my deep rooted heritage that I know almost nothing about is.
Evil Statistics said, another Russian mystery? I wonder who might be responsible. I'm calling KGB Bigfoot. The KGB was disbanded at the time of Hamar-Daban. This is former KGB Bigfoot. Oh, but he's still dangerous and packing Smeat. Oh my. Oh, Schmeat, sorry.
Retired bigger Shemit Bigfoot is on the case.
My Indian sense is not tingling. Alright.
Followed the twisting river, the group would catch a glimpse of something moving in the woods. It was a young lady, wandering aimlessly, with a frozen expression on her face. She was all
Is this the one that I got mixed up with the Dyatlov pass incident? I think this might be it. Because they said there was
Potentially.
one survivor, and she was in shock. So this might be what... but I like Mr. Ballin's take on the story. Should we watch the Mr. Ballin one?
I'll trust you on which one's better. I don't think I've seen either of these channels.
I
Honestly. I've
mean,
seen a little bit of Wendigoon, but that's about it.
don't get me wrong, Nick Crowley. You're a really good storyteller because you build up suspense. But I like Mr. Ballin. 2. Maybe a little more. I'm sorry. Mr. Ballin does really good storytelling videos. Some of them true crime, some of them mysteries, and some of them like mythical. Well, I can't say mythical. Like rumors and stuff. I don't know what you call it. There's a word that I'm
Like
that's-
conspiracy theories?
conspiracy theories. Yeah, like he does like all types of stories. Come on.
I was just reminded of this because I saw Mr. Ballin places you can't go. Have you ever heard? I always think it's interesting the story of the
Out in the wild.
Oh, sorry. What?
there's a place in Italy, and it was a dumping. Okay, like there's an island in it off the coast of Italy, like a small island. It was, oh my god, what was it all? It was dumping grounds for plague victims, and then after that, it was like a hospital for people in like World War One, World War Two, and then after was a mental asylum.
What the heck?
And then like they tested. It's a small island, and there's like an old like mental asylum still on the island, and then it's just trees.
I may have heard of it.
And they tested the soil, and the soil's 50% human.
50%?
Like it's like 50% like human ash or something. Like it's a crazy amount. It's like
Dude,
40%. Like
I think you can actually, I could be wrong, I think you can actually take a trip there. You have to pay for it though, but you can take a trip to that island and stay the night in there because people said because of all the things that happened on that island, it's most likely haunted. So people,
oh, I also they got like locked off by the government
Was
because
it?
of that. That's
Oh,
what I was
'cause people
told,
kept-
but I could be wrong.
because people kept going over there when they weren't supposed to.
I'd believe a lot of people have probably broken onto it, but last time I got told they got locked out. But I could be wrong.
Evil Statistics said, lovely, that doesn't sound like it could be haunted at all. Jeez.
I'd be scared to run into a ghost, but I'd be really excited to run into a ghost. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
Dude, should I tell you about my boring ghost experience? I'm like, ghosts exist, but the one time I experienced something that is slightly tiny bit supernatural is like the most boring shit ever. And I'm like, what? This is how I experience a ghost? Bullshit. But like my brother's, wait, did I tell you this already? My brother's girlfriend's trailer house is haunted, or is that's what she tells me?
I haven't heard this yet. This is news to me.
Oh yes, the weak ass arm story. Shut up, Happy. Listen, all right. So my brother's, she's his ex currently, but at the time, my brother's girlfriend, she lives in a trailer house, and she would all the time tell me about the supernatural shit that happens in her trailer house. You told the story on stream before? Okay, yeah. I've told it on stream like this is my third time saying it, but I'm retelling it for you. Everyone was like, oh god, she's retelling this story. But me, my brother, and his girlfriend were sitting at the dining table, and she was like, I'm gonna go turn down my bed, or like she's like gonna go change the sheets or whatever, and she's like, I'll be right back. And I was like, okay. So me and my bro start talking, and then I'm like, you know what, I need to use the restroom. So I get up, and the restroom's like right next to the dining room, so obviously not that far away. I go and I tried to open the door, but it was locked. And I was like, did girlfriend say that she was gonna be going to the restroom? And so I tried, turning the knob, but it wouldn't move at all. And I was like, is she in there? So I knock on the door, and I'm like, hey girlfriend, are you in there? And I didn't hear a response, and I was like, is she in there? And so I'm like so confused that I'm like, did I turn the knob hard enough? Am I not turning it hard enough? Maybe it's like the lock's broken or something. Like, I'm coming up with all these like different things to like rationalize why it's not opening, because she said she's not answering me, so no one's in there, so I must not be turning the knob hard enough. So I'm like turning the knob this way and that, but it's not fucking turning, and I'm putting all my weight into it, because you know how some old doorknobs, you need to put weight into it to get it to move. That wasn't working, and I was like knocking on the door, and I'm like, hey brother's girlfriend, are you in there? And she's no response. And so I'm like, okay, like I'm so confused. I just come around and just sit down. I'm like, I bet she's just in there but didn't want to say anything. So the girlfriend comes back and she sits down, and I'm like, you should have told me that you were in the bathroom. I needed to use the restroom. And she was like, I wasn't in the restroom. And I was like, are you serious? This is the first time I have experience with a ghost, and this is the most lamest shit ever. A fucking locked door that I can't get through? Really? Jeez. Now I like hearing ghost stories. Thank you, Livesy. Thank you for the support. I am skilled in finding ghosts after playing Phasmophobia. Should be fine if I get all the equipment in there. I'll entrust it to you, Shaparak. I'll entrust it to you. Turning the knob. Hee hee. Am I not turning the knob hard enough? Hee hee hee. Get out of here, Striker, with your what do you call it? Middle school nonsense. And sorry if you can hear my stomach rumbling. I didn't eat any food today.
Like at all?
Huh? I did eat some food, but it was like snack. It wasn't like a meal.
Do you want to like grab something before we continue, or like at least something to snack on?
Yes. I shall go grab something. I shall be back. We only made like what, 2 hours into the 2 hours and 30 minutes into it, and we still haven't even gotten that far into the story.
And we're at 0 minutes of the video.
Like, instead of finishing the video we just restarted a new one.
Yeah, after making it only a minute into the first one. Oh. Okay, yeah, go get your stack. I'll chill for a sec. Hope everyone's doing well. Hopefully the video going well. Everything's going pretty poggies. Speaking of dinner, literally today I ate I was running late, so I made 2 chicken breasts and ate them right before basically Reaver called, and that was my dinner. Cause I just popped them in the air fryer and just waited. Gosh, you should get some food too, man. If you haven't eaten yet. And yeah, it's been I don't know, it's been chill. But yeah, so I ate that, and then later I'll probably eat a snack. But it's good though. I've been dieting, so I'm still doing good for that. This morning I made a. No, that's what I am. Okay, that's fair. I did a quesadilla, sort of. I took I had this huge tortilla, and then I added low-fat cheese like half a cup low fat cheese, salsa and spices, and that was like my breakfast lunch. Yeah, it was pretty good. Like I'm trying to like diet and be good about stuff. So like I have a lot of like in my fridge I have like a lot of like low fat stuff right now. Um, this is like day 2 of the diet, basically. Yesterday I did pretty good though. I've just been measuring out my food more and just being like a little more cautious of it. It's been sick though. And then I went on a walk both days. Yeah, my breakfast though was interesting because my breakfast was that and a Diet Coke. So not like the healthiest, but like calorie wise was pretty good. So I was pretty proud of myself for that at least. And yeah. It's been an interesting day. And then right now I'm just drinking Neo, if anyone knows what that is. It's like a liquid drink enhancement. Hello, Livesy. I want to attempt a 2-week water fast myself. That'd be nuts. I couldn't do that. I did keto dude, I did 6 months of keto. It was crazy. And you're not supposed to do keto that long. I messed up. Never gotten past 8 days. That's fair. Yeah, I did 6 months of keto and I did it poorly. But like I did lose a ton of weight though. I lost 70 pounds in like 6 months. Which is pretty good, or very good. But because I was losing weight a little too quickly and I felt like really bad during those 6 months. Like I was sleeping like 14 hours and I was like my stomach just constantly hurt. So probably messed up the diet a little. So now this time it's just like calorie counting. And yeah, I have debated on adding maybe like fasting, intermittent fasting. You know what I mean? Where every day is like 2,000 calories and then one day is like...
I like how you said you're not supposed to do the keto diet for that long, and you're like, I think I messed up the diet.
Yeah,
You're not
multiple
supposed to put
things.
maybe the reason why it hurts so much is because you did it for too long.
Yeah, I think you're only supposed to do it for like a couple months, and yeah, I did it for like half a year.
Oh my.
It worked. It was effective. I just felt terrible, and I'm never doing that again. Even for a short time. So when you do it for a short time, you hit something called the keto flu, where your body's switching over from like burning carbs to burning fats, and when you do that, your body like actually makes you feel like sick for like 2 or 3 days. So like you have to literally get through that just to get on the diet. And then if you ever cheat on the diet, your blood sugar goes crazy and you like feel terrible.
Ooh, I don't know if that's a good diet if it makes you feel like shit.
Yeah, it's not. I'm never doing it again. Or the diet I'm doing now is just calorie counting. Like literally just like tracking what I'm eating every day and then just making sure it's below a certain amount of calories. Which is like the simplest diet, and it's just like and it's so far so good. So like for right now I get just swallow a tapeworm instead. Yeah, maybe that'll work. If I swallow 2 tapeworms, is that better, or do they just fight in my body for like dominance?
Oh, God.
I like it though. Like if you have a condition disease level of keto, yeah, that's true. Yeah, keto was rough, but like I felt great after because I like weighed a lot less, and then I've kind of gained the weight back. Because the problem with keto too is it didn't teach you like how to eat. You know what I mean? Once you get off keto, you're like, I don't know how to eat normally, because you just learn how to eat without carbs, and that's it. No, they just join together and do a super tapeworm. Oh my god, tapeworms are disgusting. Have you ever seen the videos of people like getting them not getting them removed, but like after, and it's like this just like a foot long creature.
Not even a foot long. It's like 6 feet. It's like how?
Yeah, they're
like
creepy.
How? Oh, Jesus Christ. Speaking of weight, like my history with weight is very I'm like on the opposite end of the spectrum. Like me gaining weight is kind of a hard thing for me because I've been skinny most of my life. And I learned it's just because I never got into the habit of like eating more. And it wasn't until I was like more of a, like, in my 20s, that I was like, if I eat more, I gain more weight. Eureka! And so I started eating a lot more, and I started gaining weight. And then it got to the point where now I'm not sure, like, how to stop. Like, because I've been, was it on the skinny side for so long that now that I have weight, I'm starting to get a little of a belly pouch, just a little bit of a belly pouch. And I'm like, I don't know how to not eat that much again. Like, I don't, it's like a weird balance of like, how much do I actually need to eat and how much is just my brain saying, go eat because you want to eat, not because you need to eat. Does that make sense?
That makes sense. Like
Yeah.
the easiest, I know like the easiest way to figure it out is just like, even though it's boring as hell, is like calorie counting. Because
Yeah.
everyone has a, you have a, what is it? There's like, there's everyone has what's called like a maintenance amount of calories, and it's like eat this much to stay the same weight, roughly. So
Yeah.
if you figure out that and try to always ballpark it around there, you'd probably be okay.
It's just,
Um,
yeah, I don't know. I think I need to start exercising. I think I need to start exercising.
that's fair. I've started doing that a little more. Like I've just nothing crazy, like just walks, and that seems like help a lot.
Yeah.
Um, and then I have problems. I have times where I'm really bad with the fast food, just because like I was a college student.
Yeah.
Like I just stopped being a college student, so I'd just be like, "Oh, I have a lot of stuff to do tonight. I'm just gonna order something."
Yeah, same. Sometimes I get really lazy and I'm like, I'm gonna order food. I'm gonna order food and I'm gonna get takeout almost every day for the next week because because I can. And I'm like, I should probably stop doing that.
Yeah, I would do that too. And then like not like my A, wasn't good for me, and B, my wallet would like hurt.
Yeah, dude, fucking takeout is so goddamn expensive. That's why I should reserve it to only special occasions, I say, but then I take my sisters out all the time. Like, I always want to do something good for my sisters, so I take them out, like, we go to a restaurant or something, and, like, stuff like that. Not because it's excessive, but because they really did help me do through, like, a rough time when I wasn't, when I only had a part-time job, and I wasn't making that much. Like, my sisters helped me, get through the struggle of that. So I was like, now that I can afford to do these things, like, I want to, take care of them like they took care of me. But obviously I need to be more responsible. Need to be more of an adult.
No, that's good to hear. I think that's a really good thing to do.
Metabolism slows down around 27. Damn it! I'm about to be 28. God damn it. That makes sense. Yeah, my brother-in-law was telling me, like, the older you get, the harder it is for you to, like, lose weight? It's easier for you to gain more weight when you get older. And I'm like, great.
Yeah, because depending on certain things where your metabolism like falls off, and that's a problem. Is at this point I'm like I'm at this point I'm like, okay, I gotta learn how to be healthier because like this is me with good-ish, like I'm 21, so I'm like, this is me with like good metabolism, like working, and now I'm like,
Oh gosh.
I'm like, I gotta figure this out before it gets bad.
Yeah. Oh, need to go grab my stuff. I'll be right back. I was waiting for it to cook.
Okay. When you get back, I'll leave for a second because I just gotta get water. I just gotta fill up my jug. But I just don't want to leave like everyone alone. Yeah, though, I don't know. Starting a new diet, so I'm excited, and I hope it goes well. Yeah. So today's been good. Today's been like, I also had a protein shake. I'll have protein shakes to like keep me like not feeling hungry. So I did that. I did a protein shake, and then I did and then yeah, for my dinner was literally just like 2 chicken breasts and a couple tablespoons of hummus, which I really like. So yeah, pretty good dinner. I'm pretty happy with it. And yeah, I don't know, it's been chill. And E. um.
Okay, I'm just making tea now. Maybe
Oh, what type?
green tea.
That's good.
Ugh.
I like all tea except regular.
Like black tea,
Like orange pico, I guess is like the term for it.
orange pico. That's
Yeah, I like
that's
black tea. I
regular.
don't like black tea.
I was like, that's regular for Canadians.
Yeah, usually. Yeah, I don't like black tea. I like green tea, and I like chai tea and uh black chai, English breakfast, um Earl Grey. I like Earl Grey. But I can't do just black tea. It's just too boring.
Too
I don't know.
boring. Oh
It just
my.
tastes like nothing. I'm just like I can't do this. I can do green tea no problem. Like just straight green tea. Like I like. But whenever I get like black tea, I'm just like I don't know. I'm just like it's bland.
You have an interesting palate.
Thanks. It's I don't know what I was gonna say. I was gonna be like it's broken.
It's broken.
Um Bronchian. I don't know. Mainly I just like I just have like a bad sweet tooth. I find. I guess that's where it's most of my palate is like I just like things that like taste sweet.
Do you not put sugar in your black tea?
I do, but like even then, like I just don't like the flavor of black tea. I'm just like it's just again, I still think it's boring. I think it's like I don't know, it just doesn't taste like much of anything. Or
As a Texan, this offends me.
like every tea I just eat or drink.
Every sweet tea
I-
in Texas is black tea.
I don't know. I
How?
still just don't think it like tastes like much. I'm just like, oh yeah, are you still from like, damn Texas? That's
Were you literally about to say, "Are you still from Texas?" Yes, I'm still from Texas.
yeah. Like, are you just like are you still in Texas? Yeah.
Yeah, currently.
I don't know what to. Yeah, I blanked. My brain blanked. I'm like, I don't know what to say to that. Yeehaw, I guess. Uh, most
Dude,
of the people
there's-
I've met in America are usually like northern, so it's actually interesting. For some reason, that caught me off guard because I was like, oh,
You're not from the north?
well, because a lot of people I've met have somehow like I'm from Canada, and a lot of streamers have just coincidentally been like Michigan. Honestly,
Michigan.
has been like a weirdly high amount. So I'm like, okay, that makes sense. Like that's like really close. You know what I mean? So now like,
Mm-hmm.
oh, I'm hanging out. So and then like, it would be Michigan or like, I don't know, like Pennsylvania or like all kind of up there. And then I was like, and then when you were like Texas, I'm like, oh, but that makes sense though, because you kind of have a. Isn't
See,
Boo the
everyone-
Rat also from Texas?
What? What? Who the rat?
Boo the Rat, the streamer.
Boo the rat?
They're a very famous streamer. Cash, can you back that up? I know you know like a lot about VTubers.
See, you say famous, but I've never heard of him.
They are.
Dude, trust. Dude, trust. They're famous.
Dude, trust.
All right, I'm gonna be right back.
Um,
I'm gonna grab the water. Be right back.
Okay. Yeah, that does make sense. If anyone, my chat or I guess Reavers, if you guys know Boo the Rat, Reaver just kind of have like similar vibes a little bit, so it kind of makes sense.
Are they weird too? Because my chat says I'm weird.
Yes, very.
Well, you know, our motto was keep Texas weird for like 5 years, so. Yeah. Actually.
Cash, do you agree with that though? You know who Boo the Rat is, right? Right, Cash.
He's like, back me up, guys. Come on.
Chat, please. Cash, do you know who Blue the Rat is?
I have to look them up. Don't make me pull out Google. I will.
Oh, okay, there we go. You can just YouTube them, probably. You can find clips of them quickly.
BOO the rat?
Yeah, literally, yeah, Boo the Rat, yeah. There you go.
Oh.
Oh. There you go.
Oh, sorry, I muted it.
I don't know what this video is for. I have no idea.
It says Boo the Rat debut trailer.
Oh, yeah, they were a PNG tuber for years.
Oh, she's a witch too?
Yeah, Rat Witch.
Makes sense. Great, now I want to check
Wait.
out her stuff.
It is cute because her.
Hey, baby girl. I mean, you wanna go home and like Netflix and curdle?
Netflix and curdle?
I mean, okay. Curdle sounds kind of weird. Admittedly, curdle sounds a little strange, but I like cheese. I'm a rat. It's funny and makes me so charming. Right. Anyways. We're curdling.
Oh, she got booba.
I think I've been doing an okay job making
They're
it
about
look
to
like
fall
it's still
out.
moving, though. Can we see Riz?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, baby, I can Riz you up any time of the week. Hi. Are you ready to have a good time?
I like her slanted mouth. I think that's cute.
Yeah, she has a yeah, they give her like. It's funny though because she gets compared to like Sandy Cheeks a lot.
Really?
Well, yeah, like yeah, I guess that makes sense because it's like. Also like big teeth, from Texas.
Yeah.
At the Cheesecake
You know, her voice kind of sounds similar to Sandy a little bit.
Factory
Yeah.
with me later? We're gonna order the extra cheesy sauce. Are you thoroughly rizzed up, mistress? Do you feel rizzed? Thank you for the flower. Oh my gosh, I'm blushing. Thank you. The Riz has been settled.
My chat went. I hear it now. Thank you for the
Behave,
cursed
I can't.
knowledge.
I don't know how to behave. I was
The
given a
cursed
body.
knowledge.
I have to misbehave with it.
I know one of her redebut trailers too was also they did like the Cusco thing where it's like pull the lever, wrong
Pull
lever.
the lever, crunk. Wrong
Hey,
lever.
anyway, now I'll be right back. I had to grab water.
Oh, right. He has to hydrate himself.
Yes, like a flower, I need water.
Says the loser who boils water in the microwave. Shut up. Shut up, Happy. I don't have a fucking kettle, alright? I don't have a fucking kettle, alright? And no, I'm not going to boil it on the stove because that takes too long. Oh, hi, Cash Canis. Welcome in. Are you still from Texas or did you change your origin? I do not identify as a Texan. I identify as a Floridian. I identify as a oh god damn it. Fuck. I was gonna make a joke. But I forgot the name. Fuck. I'm fucking up. God damn it. What is it called? Thetis. God damn, I'm gonna have to look it up. This is so embarrassing. I have to look up fucking Dragon Age lore. This is embarrassing. I'm a fucking huge Dragon Age nerd, and I fucking forgot. Ferelden, there you go. I don't identify as a Texan. I identify as a Ferelden. I like cheese. The microwave? Yes, of course, the microwave. Why do we even have that lever? You've been paranoid by the British Kettle Association, but we strongly wish you'd buy one. Oh, you've been pardoned by the British Kettle Association, but we strongly wish you'd buy one. I'll think about it. Fluoride. JK, oh my. Oh, I thought you were going to say Kunari for a second. That would have been way more funny. That would have been way more funnier. I identify as a 7-foot tall dragon person. I'm a fucking Kunari. Well, technically.
Did I just join too?
Oh, hi. So. Oh god, I'm pressing buttons. Oh no. Thank you. What does that say? Oh, sorry. Thank you, Cash Candice, for the follow. I really appreciate it. Someone was like, are you still from Texas, or did you change your origin? And I was like, I no longer identify as a Texan. I identify as a Ferelden. And a Ferelden is a person who is a fictional country in a game. Anyways.
Cash, what do you mean she microwaves water?
I do microwave water.
What? Wait, like tea or like?
Yeah, to make tea, I microwave the water.
Oh, that's not.
Dude,
Wait,
that
like
is
with
not
the
the
tea
worst.
in it?
No.
No, no. Okay, wait, that makes it infinitely worse. You have to microwave it with the tea in it.
Are you fucking insane?
You put the tea bag in and then you microwave it. No, that's how everyone does it. Everyone just puts the
do you know
the bag in the water and then microwave it.
Oh, I can actually. Wait, hold on. Wait, what? The reason why
No, I have a kettle.
The reason why I don't do it is because there was a staple on the tag of the tea that I make it with. They put a staple on the tag, and I'm like, "Are you insane? Do you want my microwave to fucking explode?"
Oh, most of my tea bags don't have staples.
Yeah, actually,
Really
I think it was when I was buying black tea, but now that I'm looking at the green tea packaging, it looks like there's no staple on it. So technically, yeah, I could do that actually.
Well, this reminds me of literally that thing on Reddit where it was just a bunch of people talking about how to make tea.
Oh yeah.
It was like, oh, I thought you used hot water. I thought hot water was just used to speed up the teaifying process.
And they're like, you're supposed to. I fucking saw the same video. Did you hear it with the different types of voices saying the?
Yeah.
Dude, that's so funny. I have it on my phone, and I was gonna post it on Twitter. It was so funny. And then so people are like, so you put the. They're like, I put my mug on the stove. It only takes me like 3 minutes, and people are like, what? And then I just love at the end the fucking British guy's like, don't you guys own a fucking kettle?
Yeah, Cash is British, and he's judging hard in chat. He's like,
Oh,
but still,
God.
the microwave, it's on its own.
You have
Cringes
a
in British.
You have a British mod? I have a British mod. Livesy's my British mod.
Cool, let's have them fight, like Pokemon.
Let's see who can be posh British. Wait, okay, what kind of British are you guys? Are you Liverpool British? Are you, oh god, what was that one we had? Nah, I'd win. Oh my.
What, Wales or something?
Wales is part of Britain? Excuse my American. My American.
I don't have the knowledge to answer. I think so, but I don't have the knowledge to answer that question.
Aren't they part of the EU, but they're not part of Britain? Probably? What do you mean probably?
No,
You're both
I think-
British. You're both British. Is Wales part of Britain? Answer the question.
Livesy, are you asking Cash to fight or are you asking me to fight you? Am I fighting you instead?
You're like, I'm gonna defend Cash's honor.
Livesy just joined and said fight me, so I don't know.
Are they gonna outclass each other?
No, Cash. Okay, that makes sense.
No, I mean, Livesy would probably win. Oh. I guess I'm being ignored. Striker, you're British? Striker, no, you're not. No, you're not. You had an American accent. You didn't have a British accent.
My mods are British, French.
Wales is on the British
And-
Isles. Yes. Oh.
Yeah. And
I thought they were like
who else
separate.
is a mod? Swedish? Oh, and I said American.
So you have very diverse across the sea mods.
Yeah, mine. I have mods from all. I have mods from all over the globe. Livesey's in here like you north or south.
North or south.
Cash just responds north.
Oh my.
But it's NORF.
Oh my. That
Livesey
doesn't
says
tell me
fake.
what type of British you are.
Well, that's good enough. I don't want him to like
Oh no. Oh yeah, like dox themselves.
Yeah, you know what I mean. So that's fair.
Okay.
I know
fine.
at least
I
north,
want to know.
north,
I kind of. I
north
just.
and south.
I
is
just
different.
want to know if they got Cockney accents or if they have like posh British accents.
But I was a French Canadian all along. No,
Damn.
the worst type
Shoulda
of
known.
both of those things.
Should have known.
French.
Striker is asking about
Yeah.
the exploding microwave water. What? Did I not see that? I did not
I
see
once made a microwave smoke, and my food was still cold.
that. What? What?
The microwave broke in such a way that it like almost caught fire, but it wasn't actually microwaving anything. So I put in my cold food, and smoke started coming out of the microwave. But my food like didn't unthaw at all. So instead of instead of it microwaving the food, it started microwaving itself or something.
Oh my god. It was impenetrable. We'll get
My,
into it.
I know my great grandma, when she first bought a microwave, like one of the first, I don't know, I guess commonly available microwave models, she just put a potato in there, right? Which, for reference, you can do now. You can put a potato in a microwave to like make a baked potato. That's completely normal. But she put it in one of the earliest models of a microwave, and the microwave exploded.
Oh my god.
Which always makes me laugh.
That's crazy. And
Yeah,
Striker,
you can put a potato in a microwave. You just gotta poke holes in it. Sorry.
Striker model, I am so sorry. Your messages were not showing up on my mobile app, which I had up because I can't see chat on my PC at all. So I had my mobile up, and it was not showing your messages at all. I'm so sorry, my guy. Wait, doesn't water explode before boiling in the microwave? No, it doesn't. You can get it
No.
hot enough, but Jesus.
No, you can get it close to boiling because you can like
Yeah, if you
with
just
a lot of
put-
stuff they can boil and then you can overboil easy, but like you can boil it. Yeah.
I'll limit them since you asked. Oh my. Step on chat, eat chat, Reaver, who watches you, and are you secretly a dom? Oh. I have a
Wait, what
redeem.
things?
I have redeems called Step on Chat and then another redeem called Eat Chat. Reaver, who watches you, and are you secretly a dom?
The first one made enough sense, but I'm sorry. What is eat chat?
Oh, I pretend to eat chat. I pretend to eat chat. I'm unsubbing. She's way better than Grandma. What?
What?
I feel like I'm so far behind on chat. I don't know what she sounds like. Velma. Oh, they're talking about Boo the rat.
Oh yeah.
Fuck you, Happy. I'm entertaining. Shut up.
Did people in chat know who Boo was?
Did you guys even know who Boo the rat was? Striker model said, I know the water gets hot enough, but doesn't the water explode before? Oh yeah, you already said that. It gets hot, it doesn't explode. Like, you're literally nuking the water so it boils a little bit. In my case, I just put it in for 3 minutes and it like has like little bubbled water in there, so it gets boiling hot. We need to make a get a kettle fund for Reaver. Oh my. Striker.
There's been times where like, dude, I'll use my kettle for weird things. There's times where I'll just be like, I want to make a hot dog or hot dogs for lunch, and I just throw them in the kettle.
Hello, Bubbas.
What's it? What's it?
Yeah, we're watching Mr. Ballin.
Do it.
Sorry, this is my nephew, Bubbas. He is 3 years old.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Oh, cute.
Okay.
Okay, bye-bye. England, Scotland, and Wales all exist on the same island and make up the majority of the UK, with Northern Ireland on the north of Ireland, funnily enough. Northern Ireland on the... Yeah, you missed all my message for the last 30 minutes. Don't worry about it. I'm so sorry, Striker. It was highlighted too. I'm sorry, it wasn't showing on my phone. I'm sorry. I am late. Hi, James. Welcome in, you late butt. But we literally have not even started the video. Fucking almost 3 hours in, we haven't even started the video. I just came back from the gym. Well, you made it just in time. James, do you have a kettle? Jesus Christ. Oh, I completely misunderstood eat chat. I thought it was getting Reaver to eat and gain sustenance. My bad. Well, now you know. Jesus.
Okay.
Strikermala said, yeah, I remember seeing someone trying to get a serious boil going and exploded. It was hours, though. Why would you put it in the microwave for hours?
There was a person who once had the thing where they're like, can I beat Halo on a TV before the TV melts in my oven?
What?
They were trying to beat all of Halo, like speedrun it, and the TV was inside their oven. And it's, can they beat it before it melts and like breaks in the oven?
Who? Who thought this was a good idea?
I don't know if he made it or not, but I've just seen the thumbnail and it's always made me laugh.
Oh my god. Ridiculous. Alright, now let's actually start watching the video. Goodness gracious. Have you seen Mr. Ballin before?
No, actually.
Oh. Well, like I said, he does a lot of storytelling. And I like the way that he tells stories. He's very, he gesticulates a lot. I think that's how you say it. Gesticulates. When you move when you gesture a lot.
Okay, that makes sense.
For those of you who don't know, gesticulate is another way to say that you move your arms around enthusiastically when you're talking. I'm trying not to say it in a sus way. I'm not trying to mispronounce it and say it in a just weird way.
Today's story is about an event that was so horrifying, the one person who survived it couldn't speak when she finally stumbled, bloody and terrified, out of the forest. But before we get into today's story, if you're a fan of the
I must go now. Have fun, all of you. I hope you guys find the KGB Bigfoot operative. Bye, Sheparak. Thank you for joining. Have a good one.
strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right channel, because that's all we do, and we upload 3, 4, even 5 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, please send the like button on a blind date with Karen to a restaurant that has less than perfect service and no manager on duty. Also, please subscribe to this channel and turn on all notifications.
Sorry, he does like weird random shit like that sometimes.
No,
So you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. All right, let's get into today's story.
Mr. Ballin, Mr. Ballin.
By 1993, Ludmila Korovina.
Wait, is it Hamar-Daban or is it Hamar-Daban?
I thought it was Hamar-Daban.
They misspelled it. Ooh. Get him, chat. Get him. He misspelled it.
Who was a 41-year-old Russian hiking instructor, came under fairly intense criticism from her colleagues for being too survivalist with her students. They thought she was a little bit too aggressive with how she pushed her students, putting them in unnecessarily risky situations out in the wild where they weren't really ready for it, and at any point she might push them too far and wind up getting someone killed. Her students, however, absolutely adored her.
Oh my god, she's hurting.
True.
It's hard to believe that, you know, that was the hairstyle back then, but it looks really good on her. I feel like not many women would pull that hair off nowadays, but it looks nice on her.
It doesn't
On the
look
mountain.
extremely outdated either. Like the hairstyle doesn't look like extremely. I don't know. It doesn't look like too outdated. I feel.
Yeah, it's very of the time.
Yeah.
Oh, they misspelled my name in my high school ID. Instead of Dylan, they wrote Dylon. Dylon, these nuts. Oh my god. Oh my god, you guys are Jesus Christ. I love my chat sometimes. Sometimes I love you guys. And yes, that means even you, Happy, my little curmudgeon.
She was fearless and in tune with nature, and they felt very safe around her. And then at camp, she was very motherly and tender, and always took the time to make sure all of her students were taken care of well before she was. Former students have said the mentorship they received from Ludmila went well beyond just hiking instruction. They said she taught a mindset that they carried with them into adulthood, and they pointed to as one of the main reasons they were successful later in life. In the summer of 1993,
And then I like to think it's
Ludmila
like-
was scheduled to lead an expedition.
It shows a picture of her like class,
Mm-hmm.
and it's like located like back center left is very young Vladimir Putin. It's like something like that.
They
like
became they became very successful in life.
Yeah, it's like, oh, cool. There's Stalin, or like
Yeah.
something like that. Like just some like. Yeah, I don't know. I think that'd be funny. But it's like, oh yeah, there's like, next to him is Zangief, like
Oh my.
from Street Fighter.
Oh my god, really?
Video game Street Fighter. Yeah.
Oh my. Oh my god, his audio is out of sync and I can't not notice it now. Oh no, what? Really? Is his audio out of sync?
Up to the Hamar-Daban Ridge, which is in eastern Siberia, and it's one of the oldest mountains on the planet. With her on this expedition would be 6 fairly experienced hiking students.
Yeah, it's a screen share delay, I think. Oh, that's not good. It'll be fine. You guys get used to it.
That ranged in ages from 15 to 24 years old. One of those 6 students was a 23-year-old young man named Sasha, who, although he was not Ludmila's biological son, she called him her son because she had raised him ever since he was a young child, and he looked at Ludmila as his mother. Sasha also happened to be the most physically fit and competent of all 6 hiking students, and
He's like,
Wait,
okay, guys.
Go back to the student, like picture the students for a second. Okay, so they're going on this big hike up to like this big mountain, right?
Yeah.
And I get these are hiking students, and they all look like, I don't know, like teen, young adult, except for the kid at the bottom, looks like really young. Am I wrong?
The one at the very bottom in the
yeah,
striped
like
shirt.
the 5th kid, yeah, the one at the bottom. He looks a lot younger than the others.
What are you trying
I'm sure
to
he's
say?
probably not.
What are you trying to say, Cedral?
I'm just saying it looks funny because it's like all these like 20-year-olds and then like
I
a
think
10-year-old
that's
kid
just
is like joining them.
10-year-old.
Like the striped shirt isn't helping him, but he looks like a lot younger.
Yeah, the kid at the bottom looks like 12. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's like 12 and then all like 20-year-olds, and it's like
Well,
these are the
you
most
know what they
elite hiking
say.
students, and it's like this 12-year-old kid's there. Yeah, what did they say, Reaver?
Yeah, I don't know if I should even step in this territory. But I don't know. I heard that, you know, Asians, have very youthful look to them, so maybe that's why.
You're just gonna assume he's Asian?
It's the slant of his eyes.
Whoa!
Like,
Flip it, canceled.
what? My bad, guys. I'm sorry for assuming ethnicity. You can throw me in jail now.
I will say though, out of like all these people, I know they're all probably they're hiking in Siberia, so they're from Siberia. The guy in like the top left, right? It's like the guy that's circled right now in the
Yeah.
red. He looks very American, too. He looks like very stereotypical American.
Yeah, he looks from. This isn't Russia, right? Siberia. I can see like. Was it the Russian? Was it features in him? If that makes sense. Like of the region, you know how certain people have certain features depending what region they're in. Like I can see it in his
Yeah.
face, like that the high but broad cheekbones and that kind of like that broad chin and kind of a broad forehead. Like, yeah, I can see it. The slant.
Yeah,
You could have just said eyes. I'm sorry, I'm not good at. I don't know how to communicate. All right, I don't know how to talk. Twitter is going to have a field day. God damn it. Fine, whatever. Cancel me. I don't care.
To be the most physically fit and competent of all 6 hiking students, and he would function more like an assistant to Ludmila on this particular hike rather than a pupil. The other 5 students were 24-year-old Tatiana, 19-year-old Dennis, 16-year-old Victoria, 15-year-old Timur.
Oh my
and
god, he's like 15.
He is 15. Oh my god. I honestly thought he was of age. What the fuck? Why is there a child with him?
Woo! Well, I don't know if you heard. I go back like just 10 seconds. Isn't the girl on the top? Didn't he say she was like also 15 or something?
It says it right there.
I heard the first
16.
guy's
16.
24, 16.
24. She's 41. She looks like she's in her 30s. Wow, she looks good for her age.
Dude,
15.
total MILF energy.
She looks like half her age. She looks so good.
That's true. She does look really good for her age.
Gonna pick up pizza, BRB. All right, you enjoy that pizza. God, I want some pizza.
Pizza would be
Random-
good. I'm not.
Random rant, but so was it Friday? My job wants to celebrate my birthday because it's gonna be on the weekend.
Nice.
And was it? I wanted to order. I wanted because they're like, "What do you want to eat for your birthday? Like for the birthday party?" And I was like, "I want to order pizza." And then someone said, "No, we don't want pizza." And I was like, "I want pizza. That's what I want. I want pizza for my birthday." But then we settled on just having pasta. So I was like, you know what? Whatever. Cheesy pasta. I will not. Was it deny?
Turn down, yeah.
Yeah, turn down. Like, come on, cheesy pasta. Let's go.
19-year-old Dennis,
No, it does sound pretty good.
16-year-old Victoria,
Alright.
15-year-old Timur, and 17
Wait, how did these kids get involved in a college hiking event?
Yeah, that's interesting.
Like, does she
Well, I
know
guess it
their...
was.
Wait, are they like related? Are they related and she knows their parents or something?
I don't think so. It just says they're elite hiking students for some reason.
Well, I have heard of young kids getting into college at young ages, so
I guess. I guess it was also like different time because this is like when is it taking place? 70s? Or no, wait, was this only?
this took place apparently after the Dyatlov incident. So, crap, I don't. Fuck, someone said it in chat yesterday. Like, maybe in the
What's it called
70s to
again?
80s?
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. It's still a little weird because I was gonna say if this was like 60s, then I'd kind of see it, but like I don't know.
Who the hell would say no to pizza? I don't fucking know. Crazy people. Crazy people. Apparently people who eat too much pizza outside of work. Jesus Christ. I don't know.
year-old Dennis,
Yeah, that's like
16-year-old
pizza's like a pretty basic. Like pizza or burgers is like a pretty basic thing to say. You know what I mean? So I feel like that's really weird for them to be like, no, not pizza.
Happy says this was in 1993. Oh, I was way off. I was way off.
Yeah. This is so weird. Yeah, I thought it was 90s.
Yeah, you know,
Oh.
now that I look at the chick on the top left, now that I look at her hair, I'm like, oh, yeah, definitely 90s.
That makes sense.
Victoria,
Yeah.
When's your
15-year-old
Mhm.
I mean, ask when's your birthday again?
Oh, it's on Saturday. I'm having a birthday stream.
Yeah, I saw it. Is that like your actual like?
Yeah, that's
birthday
my
too?
yeah, that's my actual
Okay.
birthday. Is on the 11th of May. I'm a Taurus.
Okay, I'll try to remember to wish you happy birthday then. I'm I'm bad at it. I
No,
always like forget.
You're good. You could always wish me a
Oh,
happy
thank you for the
birthday
raid.
now.
No.
Yay, raid! Oh, he said no to saying happy birthday to me now. Okay.
Well,
That's fine.
like I will, like yeah, happy birthday, happy belated early birthday.
Early.
But at the same time, like, you know, it
want-
feels better like remembering for the day of.
Oh, true.
Like even just for me, I feel better if I can get to them on the day of, or even like the night before at least.
Well, if you ever remember, I appreciate it. If you ever remember.
Dude, I'm gonna set like 10 alarms. I'm just like wish
You're
her
like-
happy birthday, wish her happy birthday.
You're like, mark the day, mark the occasion, mark the event.
Put a giant like red X on my calendar.
Timur and 17-year-old Valentina, who she is the only reason we know anything about the horrible things that happened to this group up on Hamar-Daban Ridge.
The only one to tell us the tale of what happened on the ridge. So, are you saying that if everyone died, no one would know about it? Interesting.
On August
Oh,
1st,
fun. How was
1993, Ludmila
Oh, sorry.
and
Sorry,
her
this is
hiking
just a quick
group
thing to my
boarded
chat.
a Trans-Siberian railway car in Kazakhstan, and later that day they arrived in a town called Marino, which is on the eastern side of Siberia on the southern end, and it butts up against the base of the Hamar-Daban mountain range. The Hamar-Daban mountain was not considered a very dangerous hike to make. It was relatively small. It was just under 2,400 meters in elevation, and in the summertime, you'd have scores of recreational hikers all over this mountain range. Plus, the weather
Okay, that makes
forecast
sense.
for Ludmila and her group's multi-day
So it makes sense
hike
with its
in
kids
that
too, because
mountain
it's
range
only
was
it says 1.5 miles, which like
That's not too bad.
that's not too bad for me and my European viewers. That is,
Mile and a half. So,
I,
So-
I,
that'd
Canada has
be
like
like-
kilometers.
so that'd be like 3 miles altogether.
Oh yeah, because you gotta go up and down. Yeah, so for us it'd be like 5 kilometers, which like that's not crazy. And apparently like the elevation isn't. It's at 2,400 feet, which that does sound like a pretty high elevation, but I assume it's like easy to climb. Like there's no areas that get like super steep. I'd have to assume.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Okay, I can see why they would, if it's not that bad of a climb, then I can see why they have such young people with them.
But how did everything go bad?
We gotta know.
We
Here's
gotta find out.
here's a premature happy birthday in case I forget or am busy on that date. Thank you, evil statistic. I appreciate it.
going to be incredibly favorable. It was going to be warm, clear, nice summer weather. Ludmila had charted a course that began just outside of the town of Marino, which is the
Her name's Ludmina. Lumina. What's her name?
I didn't catch that.
Is very unique name.
in that mountain range was going to be incredibly favorable. It was going to be warm, clear, nice summer weather. Ludmila had charted a course that began just outside.
Ludmila. That's cool.
I've never heard that name before. That's a really nice name.
It's a
Side of
that's a
the
very
town
Russian
of-
name, definitely. And I did look it up.
Marino,
Siberia is in
which is the
Russia.
town they were staying in
Yeah.
that first night. They were going to start next to Lake Baikal, which is the deepest lake in Russia. From the lake, they were going to move
Ooh, that's
north
pretty.
and inland over this stretch that was totally barren. There was no trees, it was just rocks and grass, before ultimately reaching the Hamar-Daban Ridge, which was their destination. And at that point, there would be shelter and firewood, and they could take a break before ultimately descending. And so in total, from the lake all the way to Hamar-Daban Ridge was approximately 50 miles. Ludmila's group would
Or
not
80
be the
kilometers.
only
Dude, I love that he also puts
to Hamar-Daban Ridge was approximately 50 miles.
American and then everyone else.
Yeah.
God damn it. I don't know why our measuring system is different from everyone else's.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Ludmila's group
It's pretty bad when you compare the American measuring to the normal way.
Everyone else. Yeah.
The normal. We just
But it's
have
interesting
to
though, because in Canada we use like a mix. Like we don't specifically use the standard. We use like a mix of ours, your guys's, and our own sort of thing.
What?
So like in Canada, if we describe a distance to a place, usually we describe it in time instead of like kilometers or something or miles. Which I don't know if that's common. I've heard mixed things about that.
What?
So for example, like let's say
You mean like two? Oh, it's 2 minutes away.
yeah, that's how we say it. You know what I mean? Like we're like
Oh, okay.
that's how we
not-
describe like every place.
No, I understand that. I'm like, it takes me like an hour just to visit, you know, my parents and stuff, or it takes me 30 minutes just to get, you know, to like the movie theater. Like, yeah, sometimes I do it that way.
Oh yeah, that's always how. But that's like always how it. Like we'll never be like, oh, it's about a 5 kilometer drive from here. We'll always be like, no, it's like a 10 minute drive. Like
Yeah.
it's always in time. Temperature is always in Celsius unless it's a pool. If it's a pool, it's in Fahrenheit.
What?
I don't know how to explain that, but that's how it works here. And that is like 100% fully how it works. Height is usually in feet, and it's the only thing we measure in feet. Like we in Canada, we usually measure like feet over centimeters when it comes to height. But and then weight usually we do pounds.
I mean, that makes sense.
But then if we do measurements of driving and stuff, we usually do kilometers and meters and such. The only time we use feet is in height,
Oh my.
which is usually what we do. Yeah. So it's all mixed, which is interesting.
That sounds mildly confusing. It says evil statistic. Yes. I mean,
It's just
a
how
little
we
bit.
grew up,
Just a little
I
bit.
guess.
You're like, I know what I'm talking about, but everyone else is confused.
Like yeah, temperature's interesting because yeah, it's always Celsius. Like it's Celsius on like if you look at the weather, it's Celsius. But like my oven is Fahrenheit, and like you know like whenever I do oven temperatures, I always know it by Fahrenheit, and then for pools and water, it's always Fahrenheit. We always use Fahrenheit for water. Always. So, for example, I don't know what a
I
good
mean,
pool
we-
temperature is in Celsius, but I know in Fahrenheit, like 80s,
I mean,
a really nice
we-
pool temperature.
We measure everything in Fahrenheit too, don't we?
Yeah, but you also
Yeah.
do like temperature for like the day, like your weather. It's probably in Fahrenheit. Our weather is
Yeah.
in Celsius. Like I don't know what a good
that made me
room-
want to throw my phone. That made me want to throw my phone at the wall. I'm like, what?
What?
Like you're
Like,
like, we measure in Celsius, but the temperature of other things is Fahrenheit. I'm like, how?
Yeah, I'm not
How do you
kidding. So,
keep
like-
how do you keep a track of that?
So for water, it's always Fahrenheit. So literally, like as I said, I know like a nice water temperature is 80. I do not know what that is in Celsius. I don't know what a nice water is in Celsius. For body temperature, I know that like 30. I know that like 30, 36 degrees is like good for the human body. Or I know it's like a good temperature. That's a little low, but that's a good temperature. I know like I know what good weather. I know like 20 degrees Celsius is really nice outside. I don't know what like I don't know what it'd be like if it was Fahrenheit. And yeah. It's all a mess.
You disgust me. You disgust me.
It's just how Canada works. And like everyone in Canada is the same as like roughly the same experience.
It's Livesey said it's like that in the UK kinda. I use both imperial and metric measurements for everything. So I'm 6'1", but I won't use yards. I'll use meters, but I won't use kph. I'll use mph. Oh, kilometers per hour. I'll use miles per hour.
Well, that's probably yeah.
Stop talking, Livesey. You're confusing me with your nonsense.
But for weight in the UK, don't you measure stones? Isn't that your weight system?
Yeah, I was gonna say. I was like, the UK like do everything's with tons and stones or whatever, which is also like a totally different thing on its own. And I'm like,
I don't understand how stones works because I
Yeah,
like,
how do you do that? How do you do that?
I don't even want to know the conversion rate.
Let's just create. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're good.
Happy said, let's just create our own measurement system and measure shit in reaver lengths. you.
How many
Jesus.
reavers long is something?
Oh my. Sorry, I'm big brain Reeves. We used grams and kilograms, etc. when I was in school. Where are you from, Statistic? Are you UK? Are you British?
Yeah, in school we used grams.
Grams is for cooking.
We use grams and we use.
UK. God, I have so many
Cups.
UK people in here. Hello.
Do
I
you
am
guys
from
use cups?
Texas. I'm from Texas. I'm from the deep south.
When you guys measure a liquid, do you do ounces or cups?
I think we have both. Like, if you have a measuring cup, one side has cups and the other side has ounces.
Okay, that makes sense. We have both, but we don't get a lot of stuff in ounces when it comes to like recipes and stuff. So it's usually in cups.
So Lexi said 16 ounce to a pound, then 12 pounds to a stone. And then he corrected 14, and I don't know what the 14 is correcting. Is it the 16 or the 12?
Yeah. Also liters. Yeah, we use liters too.
We
Yeah, we use
use
liters.
We use
And
liters too.
There isn't really a reason we use like we don't really use gallons or anything. I think maybe for gas, maybe. I think some people may measure in gallons, but even then, usually it's liters.
Aw, poor Bubs.
Yeah, I use liters too. I use liters and then usually for like it's like cups. Yeah.
Okay, so he said 16 ounce to a pound, then 14 pounds to a stone. What? Oh, okay, I get it. Okay, I get it. I'm not that doomy. I'm not that doomy. I'm not that stupid. I got you. I understood that. I understood
I'm
that
blanking right now.
reference.
What's the other measurement for like weight? Kilograms. And then I know it's like 3 point something pounds is the kilogram.
3 point something is a kilogram?
Isn't it? Isn't isn't that how it works? Isn't that the conversion from pounds to kilograms?
3 pounds is 1 kilogram? A kilogram is 2.2 pounds.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, well, slightly off, but
Well, fuck me. I didn't know what kilogram was. I didn't know. I was like, isn't kilogram like half a pound? So, I don't know. I don't know measurements. I'm not good at maths. This is why I failed math most of my school career. I'm not even going to say high school. I literally sucked at math in every aspect of my, of every class.
it's also really good for the conversion rate because it's always a 1-to-1. So there's literally like a stair system you can use, and you just like count the zeros.
Interesting.
Because everything's like a 1-to-1, so it's like how does it work? Like 10 millimeters are in a centimeter, 10 centimeters are a decameter, or no, a deca. So there's something like that.
Decimeter?
And then there's like, I think a decimeter is 10 meters, but I think I messed that up. But yeah, and it's like there's 100 centimeters in a meter. Like it's always like it basically adds zeros. Like it doesn't really. It's no like, oh, you got to times this by like 5.2 or something. You know what I mean? It's always like yeah, there's 100 centimeters in a meter. There's 1,000 meters in a kilometer.
Yeah,
There's
that makes
10
sense.
kilometers in a it kind of works like that.
Well, yeah.
And whenever I hear about your guys', it's always like, yes, there's like 12 yards in a mile or something. I don't know, something like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately. Calculators exist for a reason. Thank you, evil statistic. I didn't know that. Dude, even then I can't use a calculator right. Sometimes I overthink it and I do the calculation wrong. It's just a mess. I'm a mess when it comes to math. I'm sorry.
The only reason I don't own a calculator is I don't own like the $180 one that can run Doom.
Oh my.
There's graphing calculators, and they're like, yeah, like they're like $180, and they're like, yeah, it's so good you can just play Doom and Mario on it.
Oh my god. I remember I don't think it's like we got the expensive kind, but we did have like those graph calculators. Like you can make a graph in the calculator. And I was like, "Yo, that's cool."
We had a couple of those like at our school that they would like show us to like test out, and they were fun.
Yeah.
Would not be the only group making this particular movement towards Hamar-Daban Ridge. They'd be taking their own path, but there'd be two other groups that were on similar courses, basically parallel to them, making their way up to the ridge. And one of those groups was actually led by Ludmila's 16-year-old biological daughter, and they had actually made plans.
Oh, that was her daughter?
Oh,
girl-
not in the group. This is a
A separate group?
separate group as the daughter. So the 16-year-old
Meet up.
she's with is just some 16-year-old.
Okay.
On one of the
A
last
student, I
days
guess,
of this
yeah.
multi-day hike, as they were making their descent, there was a forest they were going to meet up in. So Ludmila and her 6 students stayed the night in Merino, and the next morning they got up early and made their way over to Lake Baikal. The weather's beautiful, they're excited to start their journey, and they take off. And everything was going great until the late
Real photo. Okay, well, that guy doesn't even look 12. Oh, wait, he was 15. I'm
He's
dumb.
15.
I'm dumb.
He does look 15.
Yeah. Like, he actually... what fucking photograph was that before? That was, like, an elementary school photo that they used. I'm just criticizing... I'm just criticizing them.
Yeah, see, and you were like, he's probably not that young. He's just Asian, and I'm like, no, he's like, that's definitely a kid.
Okay, you got me. You got me. Handcuff me, officer.
afternoon. It would turn out the weather forecasters were just completely wrong, and as soon as the group climbed above the tree line, the temperatures plummeted and it started raining and snowing on them. It was just absolutely miserable. This treacherous weather would persist over the next few days, and it really started to destroy the morale in the group. But Ludmila, she was a pro, and she had hiked in far worse conditions than this, and so she made a point of telling the group that this stuff happens. Bad weather happens. We are prepared. We are trained. We're going to be fine. You need to have a positive attitude about this. We need to just keep pushing forward and not play a victim here. And that was enough to inspire the group to just keep on going. You know, they believed in Ludmila, and she's telling them to keep going, so they kept going. By the evening of August 4th, so this is 3 full days of hiking later, they were only about 30 minutes away from the summit. They have now reached the point where they are in the open section of the mountain where there is no reprieve from the wind or the rain or the snow. There's no trees to block anything. And so it's just an absolute abomination trying to climb this last stretch. Every step is like an eternity as the wind just cuts through their clothes and they're soaking wet and miserable. Ludmila...
If they're miserable, why did they decide to come on this hike?
Well, they're hiking students.
I still don't understand why a 15 and a 16-year-old, sorry, to join them. I'm still confused
Yeah.
about that. They're like really
really good.
young. And this is supposed to be like a college thing. That's what I'm confused about. Maybe he mentioned it, but I didn't hear it. And that's probably why.
Yeah, I didn't really hear it either, but yeah, it's I'm sure it's
students
fine.
were not about to ask for a break.
It'll be
They knew how
fine.
she operated. She was someone that really believed in pushing through your own pain and fatigue and misery, and she always led by example, and they saw her, you know, right out in front leading the charge up towards the Hamar-Daban Ridge. And so they were very surprised when she stopped and she turned around and told them, we're taking a break. And in fact, we're actually going to camp out for the night right where we are right here. No one knows why Ludmila made this decision. You know, on the one hand, it does make sense to take a break and say, you know what, we'll reach the summit tomorrow. We've had a really hard couple of days here with the bad weather. We'll make camp and we'll get some rest and we'll hit the summit tomorrow. That makes sense. But where she elected to make camp does not make sense. She had them stop.
That's really interesting because I know the story and I know how it ends, so it's like really interesting
Yeah, it's kind of
that she chose a very specific spot to stop and make camp.
Yeah, that's definitely is interesting.
Right
curious
smack
what you put
dab in the middle
Yeah.
of this totally open section of the mountain where there are no trees, there's no objects to protect them from the horrible wind and snow and ice and rain that's just going to be pelting them all night. And so some people have speculated that when she looked at her crew of hikers, they were so badly beaten down and tired and miserable that she knew she could not ask them to go any further. And so that was why she said, let's just make camp here, we'll make do. Others have said her map may not have been very accurate. And so she didn't know how close she was to the summit, where at the summit there was literally a shelter that had firewood and a place for you to rest. Maybe she didn't.
I don't know. Hasn't she? She's an experienced hiker, and she didn't know about that.
Yeah, and she also brought a really shit map, supposedly. Like, that just seems like a problem.
I mean, I've heard of weird things going wrong for experienced people. I've heard about that. Like, was it a skydiver, a very experienced skydiver, put on the wrong parachute and ended up, jumping to his demise? That's happened before. Like, so it's not unheard of.
Yeah.
I can't tell if it's like just weird random events that led up to a horrible incident or if it was somehow a pre-planned thing. But it's like, I don't know, sometimes the universe works in a way that just aligns perfectly to make the worst thing ever to happen, if that makes sense. Like all the events led up to a horrible incident, and it just lined up perfectly for it to happen.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Know she was so close. Perhaps she thought she was much farther away and this is the best we can do. But what the inaccurate map theory does not account for is Ludmila would have known there is a forest about 2.5 miles down the mountain, because the whole time they've been on this hike, they've tried to stay up above the tree line as they make this final approach up to the ridge. And so she would have known there's a forest right down there. And if I wanted to, I could go down there and seek shelter in the trees. And so for whatever reason, she decided that we can't go down to the forest, we got to stay here. And
That's so weird.
That is. Also,
What?
someone in my chat ended up saying, or Cash ended up saying that Cash earlier said she was probably trying to kill them like a while ago. And then he goes, like, I was joking when I said she was trying to get them all killed.
Dude,
Because now I kind of feel like
this is all prearranged, like pre-planned. Because it's so weird that she chose this specific spot when she could have just gone to a more better shelter. Or at least, I don't know if they said if they kept pushing they would have reached the summit, because I think he said that they were really close to the summit, I think, which is where they were trying to go. But then she just suddenly stopped and she's like, let's take a break. And it's like, I don't know, you're like not that far from the summit, like maybe another mile, half a mile, you're not that far from it. Like, I don't know.
yeah, as he said, the only theory that like kind of makes sense is that they were truly exhausted. And it was kind of like a panic response, I guess.
I mean, they did have young kids with them, so I guess the real question is, have they gone hiking before, I guess. Because if we have an answer to that, we might have a clearer picture. Because if they have been hiking before and they're used to the grueling hike, then her suddenly stopping makes no sense, because they've hiked before and it's not even that long of a trek. Because it's only a mile and a half. Or 80 kilometers? 50 miles, he said?
Yeah.
Yeah, is 80 kilometers. Like, it's not... Well, actually, isn't 50 miles actually 50 miles is actually really...
2 miles is pretty long, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. A little sus.
Oh, yeah.
So perhaps that lends more credibility to the idea that the group was far more beaten down than maybe we even realize. And she thought, they can't make the 2.5-mile journey. We're going to have to just make camp here and make do. But regardless of her reasoning, they did make camp right in the middle of this open section. They set up 2 wet, crappy tents, and they used their little kerosene stoves.
Wait, they were only 2.5 miles away?
Jeez.
I mean, don't get me wrong, 2.5 miles is still a long way. If I remember fucking running 5 miles on a trek in high school. 2.5 miles is a long journey, but not that bad. Actually, it's not even that far, now that I think about it. If they kept marching for like another 20 to 30 minutes, I'm not very good at measurements and time, so correct me if I'm wrong, but it wouldn't have taken them that long to reach their goal. If it was only 2.5 miles, they just kept walking a couple more miles.
Yeah, I agree. It doesn't seem like it would take them that long.
And then this is a 50-mile hike, and then right when they were that close, she suddenly decides to take a break. That doesn't make sense, because wouldn't it make more sense to stop like at the halfway point?
Yeah, definitely. It definitely is a little. She's giving off some sus vibes.
But she decides to stop specifically at 2.5 miles in a very specific spot. Like, it's gonna make sense why I keep saying a very specific spot, but like, yeah, it's weird.
To make a tiny meal, and then they all crammed inside of these 2 tents and huddled as the wind howled outside. That night, the storm got much worse. The wind picked up, and again, they're totally exposed on this open section of the mountain, and so they're just getting destroyed by this wind. And at about 2 a.m., the wind actually broke the ropes that were holding the tents down, and they had to go outside and retie them, and they were able to do that. And then a couple hours later, at about 4 a.m., the wind actually lifted up the section of the tent that was facing where the wind was blowing, and it pulled the tent up in such a way that water rushed into the tent and soaked their sleeping bags.
No.
And they were able to go outside, and they put the stakes back down in the ground, but you know, they were sleeping in wet sleeping bags in the middle of this mountain in the middle of a storm. So this is getting
God, no. You can't convince me. You can't convince me. No. That sounds like the worst experience ever.
Yeah.
Would you ever?
I could never.
Would you ever?
I could never go on a hike like that. Never.
Yeah, all that snow and wet. No. I
could go on a hike if it was in like a autumn mountain. Like, I don't know how to put it, but
like a
not
forested
winter.
area. Yeah,
Yeah.
more summer forest hike.
Yeah, and even then it would be like debatable just because of the fact, depending on how long it is, and like, can we make it there in a day, sort of thing.
Is it
like,
hot? Is it humid? Like, what's the weather like?
I'm like I could maybe do that because I hate, like, I'm Canadian, hate the cold though. I don't like the winter.
Fake Canadian. It's cold, and the air would be thinner. No, it doesn't sound that easy. Oh yeah, you're right. I forgot. That, you know, the higher you up the elevation levels and oxygen. I forgot about that.
Yeah. And I know making it cold doesn't help because already when it's cold, the air like kind of feels kind of thin.
Yeah.
You know, so like definitely humidity would help. So I don't know.
I
can climb a mountain if it was like.
I don't know. I still stand by what I said. Like, it's a 50-mile hike and it's halfway. It makes sense to stop at halfway and then continue on. I don't know. I could be wrong. I don't know.
quite dangerous at this point. But they were able to eventually fall asleep, and at about 10 a.m. the next morning, Ludmila gets up and looks outside, and she can see that everything's frozen, that it's snowed and the temperatures have dropped again, and everything is just snow and ice. And she knows that, we're actually reaching very dangerous hypothermia territory, and if we don't warm up soon, this could be life-threatening. And so she woke everybody up and she said, we need to go down into that forest and we need to start a fire as soon as possible. And so everybody said, all right. They got up, they started packing up their things, rolled up their tents, and they began walking down the mountain in a line. Although this was not intended, when Ludmila had said, we will reach the summit tomorrow, that had delayed their schedule. And it meant they were not going to be able to meet up with her daughter the next day.
Wait, what?
They were gonna meet up with her daughter,
No,
which is in a separate group.
Wait,
yeah.
did they make it up the mountain, or did they stop to take a rest and decide to go back down the mountain?
They stopped to take a rest, woke up the next day, and then now they're going back down to the wooded area, I guess partway on the mountain or something, to start a
This
fire.
does not make any fucking sense.
So it doesn't become like.
This does not make any fucking sense. Why didn't she do that the first time? Why
That's
did she why did she think it was okay to stop and then now they're just that doesn't make any sense. Like what? You're 2.5 miles away from your goal. And then you stop to take a rest 2.5 miles away from your goal. Not that far. Because it's a 50-mile hike. And you're just 2.5 miles away. So it's not even that far. Compared to what the journey you just took.
Yeah.
And you're going to take a break. And it's going to be like a couple hours and stuff. And then you just decide to go back down the mountain? Like, what? None of this makes any sense. And she's like, oh, I guess I'm not going to meet up with my daughter. Pussy have to move through the snow mountains while carrying their equipment. I mean, yeah, that's a good... I want to know what places she hiked before this. She doesn't sound very experienced to me.
That's true.
Yeah, she's making some weird-ass decisions for someone who's experienced. She's making some bad calls here.
But now in the morning, when they're deciding basically to abandon the summit and turn around and head down again, they were now back on schedule to meet up with her daughter down in the forest. However, her daughter said she was at the rendezvous point in the forest, and Ludmila and the 6 other hikers never showed. 4 days later, on August 9th, a group of Ukrainian kayakers were making their way down this river in southern Siberia, and they were passing by the Hamar-Daban mountain range. And so as they're kind of slowly moving their way down, it's this beautiful morning, and they're looking up at the mountains all around them, the leader of this group happens to see something move on his left side. There's a forest right up against the left side of this river, and he turns his head, and he has to do a double take, because there is this girl who's standing there at the edge of the forest looking out at them totally expressionless, and she's covered in blood, and she's not doing anything, she's just standing there. And at first he actually thought, like, we need to leave. His first thought was, we need to just get away from this person, there's something wrong with this person. But very quickly the group realized, like, we cannot abandon this.
What would be your first reaction if you see a girl covered in blood just staring blankly out of the woods?
I can fix her.
I guess. Oh my. Wow. Yeah, if nightfall was close, I might understand her choice, but this seems odd. Yeah, it's weird, dude.
My actual reaction is I'd probably just call like my real reaction is like I'd probably just call 911 and just report it. Would probably be my like. I'd be creeped out, and I'd be freaking out, but I would probably call the cops immediately.
I'd probably be like really weirded out. I'd be like really hesitating about, you know, should I help her? Should I just leave her be? But she's covered in blood. Should I do something? Like, I'd be like really hesitating, and then be like, I think it's okay to maybe make contact with this girl. I'd be like, hey, miss, are you okay? And then be like, we should probably call the cops. We should probably call the cops. But it'd take me like 10 minutes to make a decision on what to do. Because I don't think seeing a woman covered in blood standing on the edge of a riverbank is a typical thing to see every day.
Yeah, I would debate on helping. Or
Yeah.
like going close to her.
Good survival instincts. Sounds like something out of a horror movie. My reaction would be to nope the hell out of there and call 911, I guess. I guess I'll call 911. Yeah, dude, what if you see like a woman covered in blood and then you call the police and they're like, there's no evidence of a woman ever being here. And you're like, sus, ghost, haunting.
Yeah, I don't know what to do with that.
Whew. That'd be creepy.
girl. This is a young girl who should not be out here. I don't know what she's doing out here. And so they turned around and they went on shore and they yelled to her. They said, are you okay? And she just stood there not reacting. And they tried a couple more times to say, hey, we're not going to hurt you. We just
Oh
we
God,
know
why
what's
you
going on. And
why you use that picture? That's like a really creepy picture.
Yeah, jeez.
I'd be really scared to talk to a little girl who looked at me like that. I'm like, please don't eat the flesh from my bones.
And she didn't say a word. She just stood there in shock. She looked very scared. They finally got up right next to her and they asked her, what are you so scared of? Where are you
Oh
coming
God, would you get closer, or would you like go a little bit down the river and then call the cops?
Down the river and call the cops. I'm not getting close. I guess it depends on what the person is and like what they're like in the picture he's showing a kid.
Yeah.
So I'd maybe change it if it was a kid. If it was a full-grown person, then it'd be like, yeah, no, that's not my problem.
Yeah, I don't know if I would want to get closer to somebody and then I don't know. I wouldn't know what their state of mind is, and I wouldn't want them like snapping and like coming at me. Like I don't know if they're like, hostile or if they're just, in shock. I don't know. I'd be careful. I'd be like, I'll do what you do. I'd just go down a little bit away, like have her in my line of sight, and then like, park the canoe and then just call 911 or whatever if there's cell service. But yeah.
And they just could not get her to speak. But they're up close looking at her, and she's got blood all over her. She looks dirty. She looks like she might be sick. And
Evil Statistics is like, oh hell no. about getting closer. He's like, hell no. Scary ghost girl would be in my dream blunt rotation, not gonna lie. Oh my. The power of Christ compels you, demon child. I'd call in Helldivers, you're funny. He'd call in the Helldivers. And fucking an airstrike. Jesus Christ.
That's fair. We're not playing Crapsels right now. We're just watching we're watching a true crime video.
True crime.
So they decide that, this girl needs help, and they had blankets, and so they threw blankets over her. They put her in one of the kayaks, and they brought her back to town. Once in town, the Ukrainian kayakers went and got authorities and said, hey, we found this girl. She was covered in blood, walking out of the forest. We have no idea what's going on with her. And so authorities came over to speak to her, and although she barely spoke, she would finally say that she was 17 years old, her name was Valentina Yotachenko, and that she had been a part of a 7-person hiking group up along the Hamar-Daban ridge. And then she paused, and they said, well, where's your hiking group? How did you get separated? This is what she told them. Back on the morning of August 5th, so this would have been the morning after that terrible night's sleep on the mountain where the tent ropes are breaking and their sleeping bags are getting soaking wet. Well, Valentina wakes up and she looks outside.
Everything being miserable, was it perchance an omen, a sign of things yet to come? Who knows?
Yeah, it's fair.
The tent, and she sees Ludmila, and she's standing there with her hands on her hips, and she's looking around. She looks very concerned. Valentina goes out there, and Ludmila turns to her and says, we need to leave. We need to go down to the forest, and we need to make a fire. Can you help me?
Why didn't you do that in the first place?
So wait, is the girl they ran into covered in blood, is that one of the girls from there?
Yeah, she was a 17-year-old. Like, she's a 16-year-old. I guess 17 now, but she was a 16-year-old.
From their group. Okay.
Yeah.
Wake everybody up and start having them pack up their stuff so we can get moving. So Valentina goes in, she starts waking people up, and everybody very quickly packs up the tent, packs up their things, and they're in a line and they start walking down the mountain. They had only made it about 10 meters into their descent when Sasha, the 23-year-old young man...
10 meters is 32 feet, Americans.
Which is like basically nothing.
Basically nothing.
Like, because they said they only made it 10 meters. That's like, that, or 10 meters worth of 32 feet.
Yeah,
that is not far. That is not far at all.
Oh my, yeah, you're right. Oh, gee, what the fuck is happening, dude? Like, I'm
Like,
just
they-
so
like, they made
confused
it,
about.
like-
I'm just so confused about the fucking decisions that they fucking made on this thing. Like, you were 2.5 miles away from your fucking destination, and then you just decide to go back down the mountain, and then 32 feet, literally 32 feet, something happens. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, what is happening?
10 meters into their descent when Sasha, the 23-year-old young man that Ludmila considered her son, he just suddenly falls. And the other hikers, Valentina included, run over and they help get him up again, and he looks kind of shaken. He takes a couple more steps and he falls again. And this time, when Valentina goes over to try to help him up with the others, they see his eyes are wide and he looks like he's really terrified, and then blood starts rushing out of his nose and his ears and his mouth, and then he just suddenly dies. And Ludmila runs over and she grabs him and she's panicking and she's trying to feel for a pulse and she's checking for his heart, and then she screams out in pain and anguish and she yells, "He's dead." The other hikers can't believe this is happening.
What
They
the
can't even
hell?
process that someone, any of them,
What do you think it was?
Poison? Is like my guess. Like, it would be a pretty brutal kind. I would assume that, or like a, because I don't think like, I know there's a snake that can like sort of do that to you, but like it's not gonna be up there. You know what I mean? So I think like a type of poison. It'd be poison or like something in his body just gave out. But I want to see what happens to the others, I guess, to make
had
that
died.
conclusion.
Let alone it be
Yeah.
Sasha, the most physically fit and healthy one of all of them, including up until a few minutes ago. He wasn't showing any signs or symptoms that something was wrong. He was perfectly fine. What's going on? Ludmila was in shock. She's on the ground and she's holding on to Sasha, and she's telling the group that she's not going anywhere. She's staying with Sasha. And Valentina would say the group is just falling apart at this point. You have some of them that are crying, others who are just standing there looking around like, what's happening to us right now? And at some point, Ludmila collects herself and she says to the group, "Go down to the forest. Go down to the forest and start a fire." And Valentina said they didn't want to leave her and they were pleading with her to let them stay. And she said, "No, go down to the forest and start a fire." And
That's a little sus.
I am so sussed out right now. Like, when I first heard the story, I was like, oh, it's just a weird accident. But then I was like, this sounds, I don't know, this sounds too much of a coincidence. I don't know. Not everything can be a conspiracy, Reaver, but it's like, I don't know. It's so weird. It feels weird.
Yeah, definitely.
finally, Valentina said the group would. They'd get together and they'd turn around, and not really knowing what was going to happen next, they just begin walking down this mountain, and they only get a few steps before they hear Ludmila
Oh, some people were giving their thoughts. Someone said allergic reaction, radiation poisoning, extreme allergic reaction. Also, brain aneurysm is a possibility. Apparently, it's a peaceful, instant death. And then someone said, so sus.
Yeah, but a brain aneurysm doesn't cause you to like bleed out your eyes or mouth or anything, or nose, or
Yeah.
however. Like an aneurysm just
I was like, is it like a parasite? But I'm like, I don't know.
see, I think poisoning is like my thing. Poisoning or a parasite or something. But like, yeah.
God. Sorry, parasites are gross in the human
That's
body.
true.
Ugh.
they yell out to come back. She's saying, "I can't move." And they turn around, and Valentina was towards the front of the returning group as they're going back up the mountain, back to Ludmila. And she's now bleeding out of her nose and her ears and her mouth. And she's heaving like something's going on inside of her. And then all of a sudden she keels over on top of Sasha. And she dies right in front of them. And now the group is in hysterics, and Valentina's in the front and she can't see anybody else. And then she turns around and she can't believe what she's seeing to her side. Now everybody else is bleeding from their nose and their ears and their mouth, and some of them are frothing from the mouth. Valentina reached for her mouth and her ears and her nose to look for blood, and there wasn't any. And then she turned and she saw 16-year-old Victoria and 24-year-old Tatiana suddenly fall to the ground, just like Sasha had, except they weren't just laying there. They began rolling around and ripping their clothes off and clutching at their throats, and they're frothing at the mouth. And so Valentina
Dude, that's so scary.
That's brutal.
Like, to be the only one watching this happen. This is so scary.
I think honestly, just being in that, like being one of the people dying like that, like just you wake up, you're fine, and then you see some people just like bleed and then die. You know what I mean? And then it's like, oh, you start bleeding. It's like, oh my god.
God, like, jeez.
Ugh.
Brain aneurysm blocks blood flow, so if their blood pressure was extremely high, it could possibly do that. Maybe? Okay, now
Yeah,
I
but
wanna know
they're
what
all
the
not
fuck.
having simultaneous brain aneurysm.
Oh god. Something they ate, drank, maybe? Mustard
my
gas? Someone said mustard gas. Wait, can't you see mustard gas?
Yeah, mustard gas like is yellow. But that's so weird. It's definitely some type of poisoning or something they drank or ate.
Maybe
but it's
natural
weird.
radiation. I learned in the last stream that natural was it? You can find radiation in nature, and I was like dumbfounded. I was like, what? I thought radiation was man-made. But
Yeah, you can like even people make a very small amount of radiation.
interesting.
Yeah.
Radiation poisoning? Radiation poisoning? Well, I don't know. Wait, wouldn't you have like
doesn't-
burns, like radioactive burns?
Yeah, this doesn't feel like radiation, but definitely seems weird.
Reaches down to try to help Victoria, the 16-year-old, and Victoria bites her on the hand and she pulls her hand
Oh,
back.
shit.
And then Victoria curls into a ball and then goes still. And then Tatiana begins hitting her head on a rock over and over and over again until she goes still. At this
my
point,
God.
Valentina is in pure survival mode, and so she looks at the other two, which was 15-year-old Timur and 19-year-old Dennis. Everybody else is down on the ground at this point. And she sees Dennis is moving behind a rock, and he looks like he's not acting as erratic as everybody else. And so she starts making her way over to Dennis to see if he's going to be okay. And on the way, she sees 15-year-old Timur fall to the ground, and he's suddenly lying there still. And so she believes he's dead too. She gets over to Dennis, and he's bleeding profusely from all of his orifices in his head, but he's talking to her. And he's saying, okay, you need to go back to your bag, get out whatever you can that is essential, ditch the rest, and run down to the forest, and I'll meet you down there. And so Valentina says, okay. She makes her way up to her bag. She gets her sleeping bag and a couple other small items. And when she turns around to
How is she not affected? Like,
Yeah, that's a good question.
how is was it the group of 6, 7 people, and she's the only one not affected, but it's affecting everyone else?
Yeah.
Interesting.
go back to Dennis, she sees that he's now slouched over his backpack, and now the blood is just pouring out of his head, and she can tell that almost certainly he's dead as well. And so not
Someone said radiation takes more time. Must be some sort of toxin venom. Possible natural resistance. Maybe.
But it's something they must have, like, taken. Because, like, if it was in the air, she'd be affected as well.
Someone said, did they drink water from a river? I mean, they were next to a river, but I don't know if they drank from it.
Maybe, but, like, what parasite is that?
She sees that he's now slouched over his backpack. And so Valentina says, okay. She makes her way up to her bag. She gets her sleeping bag and a couple other small items. And when she turns around to go back to Dennis, she sees that he's now slouched over his backpack, and now the blood is just pouring out of his head. And she can tell that almost certainly he's dead as well. And so not only is she all alone, she's now totally traumatized and believes whatever has happened to them is going to happen to her. And so she runs down the mountain and she goes into the forest and she gets underneath this rock overhang. She puts her sleeping bag down, she crawls inside, and she drifts in and out of consciousness for the rest of the day. And then that night, she's still laying there and the storm picked up dramatically, and she could hear all night these huge trees all over the mountain falling and slamming all around her. And so she's thinking, if I don't die from whatever killed my friends, I'm gonna get hit by one of these trees. But she manages to get through the night. The next morning, the storm had cleared, and so Valentina gets up, and she's thinking to herself, maybe by some miracle, one of them is still alive. And so she climbs back up the mountain to where they were, and she finds all of them still laying exactly where they were when she left them. all motionless, all deceased. And so she decides to go one by one and close each of their eyelids. And then she says her goodbye. And then
I know a disturbing fact about that.
What's that?
So apparently, when it's not as easy to close someone's eyes after death, after a certain, they have to be at a certain, it has to be like, oh God, like, I can't remember if it's like right after death that you can close them, or if it's like right after death or a little bit after death, maybe you can close them. But at a certain point, you like their muscles go rigid, so you can't really close their eyes. So
rigor mortis.
Yeah, so when you see movies and they're like, oh, I'm just gonna close their eyes so that they look like they're peacefully sleeping, well, it's not really necessarily true. You can't really close their eyes.
Yeah.
I found that out in a movie. And it turns out to be true. It turned out to be true. I was like, oh my God. If they aren't native, rivers can have parasites with instance effects. Indents? What region were they in? They were in Siberia? Or are you meaning like what region in Siberia? Because this is taking place in Hamar-Daban. I don't know if that's the name of the mountain or the region they're in, but Hamar-Daban.
Yeah.
Intense. Yeah. Oh, intense. Rivers can have parasites with intense effects. Oh.
she turns and kind of wanders back into the forest, where she would stay for the next 4 days, desperately walking around, hoping to be rescued at some point, the whole time just expecting to die, either from exposure, from an animal attack, from...
You know, same. I'd be there too. I'd be at that point too.
Yeah.
whatever killed my friends. Eventually she does hear voices and she starts making her way towards where they're coming from, and that's when she gets to the river and she sees the Ukrainian kayakers who ultimately pick her up and bring her back to town. After authorities heard Valentina's story and realized there were other hikers out there, they launched a search party, and it would take them a month to locate them. Their bodies were contorted and their faces were locked in these grimaces that looked like they were in absolute terror.
Start point, group's last campsite. Valentina is found. 6 hikers die. Oh, okay. I was like, what? Last campsite. Okay, they're a little... Okay, I'm trying to see the map. So they were supposed to be here.
Bro, this is supposed to be an easy hike, and they made it like 30% of the way.
Like, what the fuck? What the fuck, dude? Literally, if you could just push a little further ahead, you would have met up with the group. Why did you decide to fucking stay there? I am so confused. And then she was found, like, about a mile? About a mile away from where they died. This makes no sense. If they just pushed on a little bit more, they would have met up with the group. I'm so confused on why she decided to just stop right there. Baffling.
Yeah, it's weird.
Hamar-Daban is the mountain range. Oh.
And agony right as they died. In addition to missing most of their clothing and their shoes, they were also all missing their eyeballs. The autopsies were only
animals.
What the hell?
Able to...
that makes sense.
Yeah, okay, so that makes sense. In the other, in the Dyatlov Pass, I theorized that maybe it wasn't animals. It could have been some torture going on because the KGB. But in retrospect, now that he said these people were missing theirs, maybe it was the same for the Dyatlov Pass about the eyeball thing. I still think that the was it? Oh God, I honestly, I'd rather hope that it was a human who took out her tongue because she was still alive, dude. And if it was an animal who that did that, no, no, thank you.
Yeah.
Located in southern Siberia. Oh, sussy. I know, right? Sus.
Conclude that hypothermia contributed to their death, although it wasn't the only factor, as well as a protein deficiency, despite the fact that they had all eaten well over the course of their trip.
A protein deficiency doesn't have that visceral of a reaction.
Yeah.
What? That's insane. That's a stretch.
Yeah, definitely.
And that all of their lungs were very bruised, but they didn't know what that was from. But nothing the autopsy concluded could
Bruised lungs? Poisoning? As you said? But what kind of
maybe.
poisoning?
Yeah, that's weird.
Because there's like, there's a lot of poisons out there that like, that are instant, instant, I can't say untraceable, invisible to the human eye, and can be tasteless and scentless. Hi, Bubs. Okay, bye-bye. he just walks in here and then he looks around and then he just leaves. Homegirl whipped out the ricin?
Oh, it's a poison.
Gaseous.
It's like tasteless.
Gaseous sounds to me. Okay.
reconcile what Valentina said she saw happen, which was a sudden, violent death of 6 healthy people with.
Oh yeah, it contributed to hypothermia. They fucking died horribly from poison. Hypothermia.
No signs and symptoms leading up. Suddenly, they are bleeding out of every orifice and they're falling to the ground, tearing their clothes off, grabbing at their throats, frothing at the mouth, and then dying. And whatever happened to them, why didn't it happen to...
Self-inflicted. Self-inflicted. Impacts lungs, so I think by an invisible gas.
Valentina.
So.
To this day, we don't really have a good answer why that happened, and the case is closed. It was ruled they mostly died of hypothermia, and it was an accident.
Are you serious? It was hypothermia. Even though hypothermia has never caused that kind of reaction ever. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Instantaneous death with blood spewing out of every fucking hole you have. Like, what? Hypothermia.
Yeah, hypothermia.
Self-inflicted. Self-inflicted.
Self-inflicted hypothermia.
If ripping off clothes, hypothermia, maybe something like nitrogen gas? But they were wearing... I don't know. They were wearing layers of clothes. Okay, I can understand ripping off the clothes because there is a phenomenon where if you have hypothermia, you do rip off, you get suddenly really intensely hot because your body is overflooded with adrenaline in a last-ditch effort to keep you warm. And so you just like start ripping off your clothes. I know that's a phenomenon that happens.
Yeah.
But they were bleeding out of their mouth and eyes, nose, and ears. Like they were bleeding out of every place that they had. Which doesn't make sense because that is not a normal symptom for hypothermia.
Yeah, that's really weird.
Sorry, I missed someone. Possibly a previous unrecorded natural toxin, maybe? Or they stumbled onto a discarded bioweapon, maybe? I feel like gas would have killed the survivor. Yeah, that's another thing. Like, why was it affecting everyone else except her?
Yeah, see, that's what's weirding me out. Is I'm like, what? So that's
Like-
why I think it would have had to been like they would have had to drink or eat something, and then she just didn't, or something. I'm really confused.
That's what I'm thinking too. But survivor may have inflicted them with it. so she used it from a safe distance. What? When would she have used gas, though? Depends on the method of delivery and infection. It could have missed her. It's her testimony. So you think she
Yeah, I guess
caused
that's
it?
fair.
You think the survivor caused the incident? That's an interesting theory. Because it doesn't make sense that it affected everyone except her.
Yeah.
Accident, and that's that. But this isn't the first time something like this has happened in Russia. In
What?
1959, 9 very experienced Russian hikers set off on a 16-day expedition into the Ural Mountains in the Soviet Union, and about 10 days into their hike, they reached a part where they needed to crest over this mountain before some bad weather rolled in. And they started moving up this mountain, which would be renamed the Dyatlov Pass after the
Oh, no, Mr. Ballin, don't fucking say that. No, don't put that incident with this incident. Those are two different well, actually, never mind. Actually, they might be connected. Never mind. I stand corrected. Never mind. Because, like, my theory was that they stumbled over, was it a black site? I don't know if that's the right term to use in this context, but they stumbled over an operation by the KGB that they were not supposed to find out about, and they died under mysterious circumstances.
Yeah.
Yep, based on the autopsy.
leader of this group. His name is Dyatlov. They started making their way up the Dyatlov Pass, and they were going too slowly, and the weather was coming in too quickly. And so they had to make a critical decision. Stay put, but be in this totally exposed, open mountain face, much like the Hamar-Daban situation where they were up on that open mountain face. Either hunker down there and get ruined by weather, and the weather was a lot worse for the Dyatlov Pass group. It was, sub-zero temperatures and just snowing ruthlessly. Or they could go down and give up ground and go down to the forest at the base of this mountain where you'd be sheltered from the storm with some trees. And so these hikers who might be a little bit overconfident in their ability decide to stick it out right on this mountain face. And over the course of that night, at some point, they cut open their tent with a knife from the inside and ran out into sub-zero temperatures, most of them not wearing shoes, not wearing jackets, not wearing pants. They're basically in underwear. And they calmly walked down the mountain, all the way down to the forest. And once they
In a single file line, might I add. It wasn't erratic. Yeah. They were in a single file line.
got down there, 2 of them tried to desperately climb this big tree where there wasn't any low-hanging branches, and so they couldn't climb up it. We don't know what they were trying to climb up it for, but they ended.
See, because they climbed up the tree, I was thinking maybe a bear they were trying to get away from, but maybe it's something more dangerous than a bear.
Up building this little tiny fire that could not have provided very much warmth at all, and they were found deceased lying around this fire. The 7 other hikers were found in 2 different areas. One that appeared to go down to that tree where those 2 were, but then doubled back and tried to get up to the campsite, but didn't make it and fell to the ground.
Another theory I have is that these KGB agents beat the shit out of them, and another theory that I had was that they either killed them or they left them to die. They beat the shit out of them and then left them to survive on their own into the elements. And that's why some of them are in certain places. One person's in a near a fire pit while the others are a little bit down the mountain a bit. And they died over there. I don't know.
Yeah. Good night, Luchidu. Have a good night. Yeah, it could be. It's definitely very weird.
The KGB's successors, the FSB, could be behind this case. And yes, black site is the correct word, I believe. Oh, thank you. Yeah, like an avalanche. Be quiet, Happy. Or KGB Bigfoot. Yeah, it could have been Bigfoot.
And died there. The other group was not found for a couple of weeks later. They were found at the mouth of this river. They were inside of this den, and they were wearing the clothes of the other hikers that were deceased. And the clothes they had on had traces of radiation on them. And the ones that were in the den had these devastating chest and skull injuries, and one of them was missing their eyeballs. And the official statement by the Soviet Union was they died from an unknown compelling force, which is
An unknown compelling force.
An unknown. Bigfoot. Bigfoot. We don't know what could have caused this. This is a mystery.
a really mysterious way to describe how someone might die. This case was actually reinvestigated in 2020, and the new cause of death is death by avalanche. Except loads of people disagree with that. In fact,
I was gonna say bullshit. Bullshit.
Yeah.
Dude, some of the injuries that they have is very, I don't know. Unknown compelling force, what the fuck? Unknown, quote unquote.
experts have gone out to where this happened, and they say not only was there no avalanche, there's never been an avalanche in this area. There's literally never been one. So what
Wow, he also supports my theory, guys. I just hope you know that.
do you think? Is there a connection between Hamar-Daban and the Dyatlov Pass incident? Is there a cover-up in both cases where something far more sinister has happened to both groups that we don't know about? Or are they unrelated and these are just both examples of Mother Nature being far more powerful than we even realize? So that's going to do it, guys. I hope you enjoyed today's story. If you caught today's secret in the video,
That's it?
please let us know in the comment section what it is and where you found it, so give us the timestamp, and if you're the first to do that, we'll pin you at the top of the comment section. If you enjoyed today's story and you haven't done this already, please send the like button out on a blind date with Karen at a restaurant that is below perfect service.
Bro, why are these people not cut up on the 2015 and 2021 investigations? 800% murders? Oh my.
And does not have a manager.
Dude, I swear to God, he said they died because the site that they were on may have had nerve gas. It may have been like a minefield releasing nerve gas. Or was that a different incident? Fuck. Oh, thank you, Silver. Welcome in. I gotta slurp it so they know that I'm drinking. Anyways, I swear to God, he said it was nerve gas. Oh God, it was probably a different incident I'm thinking about. Oh my God. But it wouldn't surprise me. But that far high up in the mountains? Is that even possible?
Yeah, it's weird.
Can nerve gas survive up on a blizzard-like mountain? But then why did it affect everyone except one girl?
Yeah, see, it's still weird.
I mean, it could have been possible she was downwind from it. Is it possible to be immune from nerve gas?
I feel like for something like that, you would have to be like exposed to it before or something.
Mm. Oh, I think that was theories for Hamar-Daban. Oh, okay. Nerve gas matches my theory. It's the Soviet Union. I wouldn't be surprised. Proximity, if she was upwind. I'll check. Yeah. Like, that's why I was like, so not only did Dyatlov Pass was a horrible cover-up by the KGB, but it wouldn't surprise me if, I don't know, was the Soviet Union even around in the 90s still? Because it says they disbanded in the 80s, right? But then someone said that, like, even though they disbanded, there still could have been experimental grounds that they didn't dismantle that are still probably dangerously active. I don't know. What do you think?
I think this is weird. I don't think it's gas. I think, like, I'm still in the theory that it's something they ate or drank somehow, but I have no idea what. Like, I'm really just like...
That's what I'm starting to maybe think. But then, okay, but why? Unless, do you think that the survivor is the murderer? Like, she poisoned the whole group?
Yeah, like, it feels like something weird. Because she survived, and I guess she was in shock, but, like, I still feel like... It feels weird.
Because we only have her story to go on.
I guess. See, that's the thing, is we're assuming her story's correct, and I feel like...
Because, like, the sequence of events doesn't make sense. Okay, yeah, they decided to take a break. Okay, I can see that. But what if she poisoned the group and just waited it out? Like, what if she, like, poisoned the group and then she was trying to make her way down, but the blizzard hit? I don't know. The blizzard hit and she tried to wait out the blizzard. I don't know.
See, even when I try to think about her poisoning the group, though, it's like, what's a way to put it? I'm kind of just like, oh god, what happened?
Because it makes no sense. It makes no sense that she did not get infected and everyone else did. That doesn't make sense. You can't be just weirdly immune to a poisonous. If it was a poisonous gas, I don't know. Maybe if it was a poisonous gas, it doesn't make sense because that means she was not affected, which is a little bit inconceivable to think about. It's like, oh, that one person, she's that one person to survive a poisonous gas. Like, I've never heard of such a thing.
Yeah, I agree. It's pretty weird.
So we're going under the assumption that they ate something poison. Well, no, they said that their lungs were bruised.
But I guess if they were, like, literally coughing up blood and frothing at the mouth, that kind of makes sense. You know what I mean? They'd be trying to, like, clear their mouths and stuff. So they'd be like... I guess that sort of makes sense.
Brett's like, I've been gone for hours and she's still on her conspiracy theories. Respect it. Jesus Christ. Welcome back, Brett. Remember, this is all info we get from sources beyond ourselves. All can be doctored. Yeah, we still gotta keep that in mind. Government cover-ups, yeah. Apparently the answer is no, you can't be immune to it, but you can be treated for it. What is the motive if she's the killer? Look, we don't even know. We're just going off of the incident. We don't know any history between the camp, like the hikers and the teacher before this incident. So who the fuck knows?
That's true.
Because like she could have had a history of killing animals, but do people pay attention to that shit? Not really. Like, you don't know. Like, we're just going off of what happened in the incident. We don't have any, was it pre-collection? I don't know if that's the right word. I don't even know if that's even a word. Like, we don't have anything before the incident, like following what happened to, like, what was going on between the students, what was going on between the student and the teacher. Was something going on between the student and the teacher?
Yeah, it's true. What's it called again? What's the area called again? I want to look up the incident. Any other info?
Hamar-Daban, Hamar Daban, Daban. What if they got kidnapped and the KGB tested a weapon on them? They let her live to give a cover-up story? At risk of her being killed? Maybe? Maybe she was wearing something that obscured her face, like an improvised gas mask? Maybe? Also, it put her in a pretty bad situation where she was about to die. There was no way she could know about the kayak people. I don't know. It's just so weird that it seems like a very poisonous gas that did not affect her.
So
So,
it says. So this is where it gets really weird. It took 2 days for the helicopters to locate the remains because it says Valentina, hadn't been able to recount what happened for 2 days. So she was in such shock, supposedly, assuming that she didn't do something, which like I don't know, 50-50. It says she was in such shock that she literally wasn't able to tell them what happened for 2 days. And when they locate the bodies, so it says according to autopsy report, all of them except Ludmila died of hypothermia, but it said Ludmila died of a heart attack. So for some reason they put her as something different. They put her was a heart attack and the rest were all hypothermia. They were all found to have bruised lungs, but a protein shortage brought by starvation, extreme hypothermia was identified as the cause of death.
but they were covered in blood. And she was found covered in blood. How's that fucking hypothermia?
Yeah.
Well, considering what she saw, that's pretty understandable, and she could compartmentalize it. This is just such a weird case. This makes no sense. Maybe it is. Maybe it was poisonous food in water. But is there such a poison that you ingest that? Because they didn't say anything else about any other organs. They just said the lungs were bruised. So was the stomach fine? Was the liver and kidneys fine?
I'm looking at different theories, and it says that the only thing that can cause that is there. It says there is a mushroom that can cause blood tears.
Can it cause instant death?
Yeah, see that's the thing. Everyone says like it's the guy even put here. It's extremely unlikely, but he's like, as they would not add anything to the breakfast without speaking to the leader first.
Oh shit.
Blood.
Sorry, what were you saying?
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird.
So what you're saying is none of this makes sense.
Yeah, that's about it. I'm trying to read if there's like any people have theories, but it's like no one, even everyone's like,
dude.
There isn't even like a leading theory. It's like, it's just.
Was she the only one wearing a face covering?
And even that wouldn't stop you from gas. You know what I mean? Like you would need like a gas mask.
Dude, that's even more fucked up. What if she did have a gas mask? But then she just got rid of it. It's right there. I'm just trying to make sense of it. Like, what?
Yeah, this person was also talking. I was just reading out the article. The person was also talking about the Corvina group. That's from the other one, right? That's from like the pass. What's it called? The
Dyatlov Pass?
Dyatlov Pass. Oh, sorry. Yeah, this is the Corvina group and the Dyatlov group were hiking in different areas of Russia. It's people talking about how they're like pseudo similar.
Yeah, they were hiking in different parts, and I think they were like a couple years apart from each other, if I understand correctly.
Oh yeah, it says that they weren't even close. Like they weren't even in a similar area. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
like, they're in Russia, but they're in like completely different parts.
It wouldn't be. It wouldn't surprise me that they were doing experiments in different parts of Russia, but I don't know. I feel like Dyatlov Pass was definitely a KGB cover-up, but allegedly, in my opinion, it seems like a KGB cover-up. But for this one, it just seems like either it was like mishandling of bioweapons, or this chick like did something on purpose. And she's the only survivor, and they just have to take her word for it.
It literally says that it says theories about what happened range from aliens to Russian military experiments. Yeah, a common thing that a lot of people say is they say she may have been in such shock that the way she remembers it is like not even close to what happened, which just adds an extra layer of like.
That's true. Like, I don't know. I don't know. Some incidences where you can't, people get so traumatized they don't even remember what happened because their memory literally blocks it out as a way of protecting itself. Or the trauma is so intense that every second of every fragment that she remembers is like seared into their brain. But to not be able to remember, I don't know. I think there may have been, I'm trying to remember if there's ever been an instance where someone experienced something traumatic and they just misremember certain parts and they mess up the timeline. I think there may have been one person, but I don't know if... Usually when someone messes up the timeline and shit like that, it's because they usually did it and they're trying to like hide evidence that they were involved in a malicious incident.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah,
it's just so convenient. It's just so convenient that everyone died of a horrible poisoning except her. It's just so convenient. Is she still alive today? Would she still...
Well, it's the 90s, so like that's very possible she's still alive.
Her info sounds entirely contradictory to the autopsy. Well, it's not her. It's the coroner saying that they died of hypothermia. It's not she saying that they died of hypothermia. The coroner just said, I don't know what's going on. They died of hypothermia. Like, so, I don't know. I think maybe that girl was involved somehow. Because there's just no way. She wasn't injured at all. She didn't have any bruising in her lungs. Oh, wait, I guess they wouldn't be able to figure that out. Never mind. But she didn't have any difficulty breathing or anything. She was just in shock and covered in blood. There's nothing wrong with her except trauma, mental trauma, allegedly. I don't know. It just doesn't make any sense because I've never heard of anyone being immune to poisonous gas.
Yeah, a lot of people say that nerve gas is like a common theory of this, which I'm like, yeah, it makes sense. But it's also like, yeah, the way she didn't breathe it in, and like I feel like by how powerful this is, like by what this did to them, it's one of those like, that's the way to put it. If you breathed in a little, it's I feel like if you breathed in a little, you'd still be like done for.
But that still raises the question, how did it affect everybody but her?
Yeah, see, that's what's rooting me out. Because I'm like, even if it like wasn't her that did it, I feel like she still would have like gotten hit by it or affected.
No, I know. I'm saying her testimony doesn't match the other info. She is definitely tied to it in some way. Ultrasound, they could have checked her lungs.
Well, there's that shit out nerve agents.
This is going to be ignorant of me to say, but did they have ultrasound back then? Would they have been able to x-ray it and see if she had any injury to her lungs? Would they have been able to see that? Uh, okay, so someone said one of the theories is, in the comments section, someone said one of the theories is they died of nerve agents, specifically Novichok agents. These nerve agents were created in the 70s to 93 in Russia. The theory goes that the hikers were relatively close to the site where these agents were created and or tested. It goes that the storm that hit them the day and night before saturated the area and caused remnants of these agents to dissolve in the water from the storm. These agents are apparently very soluble in water. The morning of it was actually sunny enough to cause evaporation. Unfortunately, it is believed, according to this theory, that... Get out of here. According to this theory, that the first victim was standing on or right next to a source of water that had a high concentration of these agents in it, and when it evaporated, he inhaled a lot at once, causing symptoms instantaneously. These agents are reported to be the deadliest nerve agents ever created, about 5 to 8 times more deadly than VX agents. But that doesn't make sense. She was in the middle of the group.
Yeah.
From her story, allegedly, she was in the middle of the group. And it was literally killing everyone off except her. So the gas somehow went around her. The first victim would have died almost instantly. By the time the hike leader got over to him, the vapors with the agents in them could have dissipated enough to cause her to show symptoms a little slower. And each victim, after took longer to show symptoms because the cloud of gas or steam was becoming more and more dissipated, causing symptoms to show at longer time intervals. But it was... What? The girl that survived supposedly reported herself was the farthest away, but she said she looked up and she looked behind her. I specifically remember him saying she looked behind her, or did she look off to the side?
Not behind her.
Yeah, because she said... I think he said she turned her head to look behind her, and she saw that the people behind her were dropping away, and by the time she ran up to help the last two that died, the gas was dispersed enough to cause no symptoms to her. I read up on these agents, and they do cause a lot of the symptoms that this girl reported seeing, and the fact it took longer and longer for each victim to show symptoms could suggest gas steam cloud moving in that direction. Also, the protein deficiency found in the victims is odd because they did eat breakfast or early lunch before they moved out. But a lot of nerve agents will show a protein deficiency after death due to how nerve agents actually attack the victim. Oh. Finally, and this part is sad to think about if true, the hyperthermia cause of death could be accurate because it is possible the victims actually survived the gas. The theory is the gas was enough to incapacitate the victims and cause the horrible symptoms, but not enough to kill them. But since they were completely incapacitated, they couldn't move to survive and eventually died from hypothermia. There are a lot of theories out there about this incident, ranging from aliens to dark forces, but I think the nerve agent one is the most likely, in my opinion. Sad story either way. But not all of them took off their clothes. Were they all, like, wet?
Yeah, some did, but I do agree with the fact that they... I think that's why I would have come up with hypothermia, is that I don't think they died of whatever that thing was, and I think the hypothermia killed them. I think whatever it did, it knocked them out and was killing them. But it wouldn't surprise me if the hypothermia is what got them, because they're literally just laying in the snow.
Can it paralyze you? Is there a poison that causes such a visceral reaction and then just paralyzes you?
There's probably a couple, definitely. I know there are some that slow your heart rate by a lot.
I don't know.
Um,
With such a visceral
like
reaction, I'd be surprised if they were still alive. I think it would make more sense that they were dead instantly. Ultrasound was first introduced in hospitals back in 1962. Oh, okay. It doesn't sound like she was under police investigation, so I don't see why her medical info would be released. We shouldn't take her testimony as fact. Yeah, I'm a little sus. Unfortunately, I've got to go to work in the morning, so I'll head out now. Have a nice night, everyone. Okay, bye, evil statistic. Thank you for staying with us. Have a good night.
night.
The gas might have made their skin burn, so they thought they were burning alive. So the ones that were able to move removed their clothes in panic. I mean, they were... I don't know. They said that the poison was attacking them and might have caused their protein deficiency. But killing the proteins and killing cells, would that make you hotter or colder?
Could be both. Could be like a fever, like reaction, like your body, like if your body just thinks there's something like severely wrong with it, you can sometimes just get a fever
Hmm.
due to your body trying to get rid of like what it is. It's the same with like if you drink, like hell, if you drink a ton, sometimes you can just feel like really, um, if you take certain things that like won't kill you, but you take too much of it, then like your body can create a fever or make you feel really, really warm because it thinks there's something wrong with you. If that makes any sense.
Yeah.
I
mean, it makes sense. Okay, so I think that the girl may have been involved, as in she may have been the one to instigate the killing. I think she was involved. Allegedly. But what do you think? What do you...
I don't know. I'm like so lost in this. Like, not lost, but I'm like, I don't think she, in my opinion, I don't think she did it.
Mm-hmm.
But what I think happened is the way they got text with the nerve agent, it works out so perfectly that she didn't get affected by it. As much as I want to say it's a nerve agent, for it just to be a gas and her not to have breathed it in is so weird to me. Like, that just so perfectly works out.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I don't feel like she did it. Because if she was going to kill them in the woods, most crazy people like that aren't going to get this crazy, insanely powerful poison that this 16-year-old
You'd be
supposedly
surprised.
has.
You'd be surprised. I've heard some
But
crazy incidences.
That's a really strong poison, and again, it's like a 16-year-old. So I don't know. It doesn't fully like.
What was her like? Does she know people? Does she like? Is her like father or family members involved with like Russian government people? Does she have connections? But would she actually like? This is why I don't know. Like, I don't know. I'm just saying, like, yeah. I just think she was in, like, it's just so much of a coincidence that she's just not affected at all. Additionally...
Yes, and that's the thing. I think that's weird, but I also think it's weird that, like, the way it was so brutal and visceral, I don't fully think it's her, so I'm weirdly on the fence about this.
Like, if it's such a strong reaction, how is she not affected at all? Like, even if she got a little bit, she would be like, like, you know what I mean? Like, a little bit of bleeding from the eyes.
They would have found something in her, like when they got her, because they definitely ran a bit of tests on her. Like when she got back, and they would have found something, I feel.
Is there a nerve gas that makes you bleed from all your orifices? A Novichok nerve gas apparently does. If it's a nerve gas developed by Russia during the Cold War, it could be one not known to the public. That is an interesting theory. Just something we don't know about. Oh, additionally, if it's a nerve gas, it could make their body hypersensitive to touch and cause their clothes to feel like it's burning them. That's true. The missing eyes are probably from them ripping their to try to stop the pain. And I think it was probably I was like, maybe it's animals, but would animals be attracted to poisoned bodies?
Yeah.
Like, wouldn't they smell the poison? Like there was something wrong with the bodies? I don't know. I feel like there's parts to the story that we're not getting.
Yeah, see, and that's why I think like her recollection of the events is like assuming she didn't do it, I think her recollection of events is just like slightly wrong. Cause like I think it's a thing where like the human memory you can only remember like 40% of the details in an incident
Yeah.
or something. Like you only remember 40% of something and the rest of your brain just kind of fills in.
Yeah.
It's something like that. Like a percentage, like you only remember so much of certain things. Because it was a traumatic experience, I believe she'd remember a little more. But I also know they were exhausted. They couldn't sleep the night before. They'd been like the 2-day hike, and then out of nowhere, everyone dies. And then she slept in a cave for a day, supposedly, which that's also a little weird. But I guess I kind of get it.
Silverlight
don't know.
said, no, animals would smell the poison 90% of the time and avoid. Trauma can cause people to block out details. I mean, that's true. I think she did it. I think she did it.
When they found the bodies, I assume when they found them, they were covered in blood. I assume, right? Like it wasn't just
I mean,
clearly.
yeah.
Like I assume she didn't just say, "Yeah, they're covered in blood," and then they got up there and they're like, "No, they're not." Because then that'd be a very clear cut. Like,
Yeah.
she's crazy.
I think they found the bodies covered in blood, but they couldn't explain how that happened. So they said hypothermia. Or it could have been another government cover up and they're like hypothermia. Hypothermia. Heart attack, hypothermia. Ignore the fact that they were bleeding out of their eyes and mouths and nose. Ignore that. It was obviously a heart attack and hypothermia, self-inflicted, you know. It could be
definitely.
it could be another government cover-up. Another government cover-up if she had nothing to do with it, but I don't know. What a strange mystery that is.
Yeah, this one is so weird.
Interesting. Wait, what? Yeah, I know. Sometimes people block out details to protect their brains. If there were traces of poison in them, then the coroner should have seen it. I don't know. Aren't some poisons untraceable though? Sounds like the gas broke down their body on contact, possibly extreme acidity, causing them to bleed from the areas of easiest blood contact: nose, eyes, ears. Yeah. Interesting. But we'll never know the truth. We can only speculate. I wouldn't even be surprised if it was a government cover-up. Because that's usually when things cannot be explained. Government cover-up.
Yeah, like, that's crazy.
Jeez. But yeah, that's an interesting story. Very, very interesting.
Yeah, that one's pretty crazy. That's interesting though.
The what?
Oh, just the story.
Oh yeah.
I'm just like, oh my god, there's so much like Yeah, I don't even like I usually with this like at least by the end of it, at least I've made some sort of an opinion. You know what I mean? Like even if I'm like I don't fully agree with it or I'm like it's a little off, I'm like, okay, I think it's something like this. For this one, there's like so many like weirdisms that I'm just like
Yeah. Like we don't
I'm just
even
like I
like
don't
it literally could be anything. We could even be wrong and it could totally be something else at this point cuz we just don't know. Like we
Yeah,
can
and for me to be like to agree with one part means like I don't agree with the other, and then like you know what I mean when I'm trying to like build out a rough story of what the heck happened there.
yeah.
I'm just like, okay, I agree with this, but then I don't agree. But for that to be true, this would be true, and I don't know if I agree with that part. So it's
Yeah.
weird.
It's like really confusing.
Yeah, like I'm like Nervgas makes sense, ish, to like of what happened to them.
But then it's like why did that one chick survive though? Cuz
Yeah, but then and then I'm like, how did she 100% not get affected? And I'm like, that I don't agree with. So then I'm like, okay,
mhm.
it must not be nerve gas. And then I'm like, they ate something, and then it's like still like, why didn't she? And then I'm like, okay, maybe she did it. But then I'm like, the way the certain story bits line up, it doesn't feel like she just did this.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, there's nothing I really like agree with.
Uh
It's
it's just weird. It's strange.
like the pass, the Dekalov pass.
Mhm.
I'm like just like, okay, this seems very set up. It seems like someone or something got involved.
Yeah.
Clearly, you know what I mean? Like, regardless, it doesn't seem like they just lost their minds and went like into hypothermia.
Yeah.
And I can very clearly make that like statement and be like, I don't know, I 100% in my mind agree with that statement. But for this, I'm like, damn.
I feel like there's some important info that we're not that's missing here, and because it's missing, it doesn't make a clear picture, and so we're just fumbling for an answer at this point. Someone said chemical warfare was outlawed just before the incident, so it makes sense for it to be covered up to prevent another war. That's true.
That's not crazy.
There's just not. Happy said there's just not a whole lot of info, so it's crazy hard to come up with an opinion. Yeah.
Yeah, see, that's what I think. I just don't think there's enough like info, and then it's also the thing of like the one girl who's given info was pretty traumatized during the event. So like it's like then it gets the question of like how true is her info or like how close
Like,
to
what if
the
it's like what if the info that she allegedly said was just info that they never mind. I was gonna say info that they fed her, but it's like that doesn't make sense because she said that they were bleeding from every orifice, and but the coroner said, "Oh, they died of hyperthermia." Like, never mind. That doesn't match up.
even though clearly they found them covered in their own blood to some
Yeah.
degree.
Just a weird side effect of hypothermia. If it's a government cover up, they could have told her what to say. The U.S. government, I mean. But this was in Russia. It wasn't in the U.S. Why would they tell her? Yeah. Yeah, it was in Russia. It wasn't in the U.S. All parts? Yeah, both the Dyatlov Pass incident and Hamar-Daban were all in Russia. They're in Serbia. I thought they were U.S. citizens. No, no, they were in Serbia. Well, one was in Serbia, the other one was in a different part of Russia. But yeah, they're all not in the U.S. Oh God.
I'm actually trying to look up like images of the event because it said they took a couple of photos.
Hmm.
Um,
Then yeah, Russian cover up.
but whenever I keep getting photos, it just gives me the um. It sucks because it just gives me the oh, what do you call it?
Like their school pictures and stuff.
No, it gives me the Diet Love Pass
Oh.
instead.
What?
And I'm like, that's not what I'm looking for.
That's not it, guys.
Or it'll just give me the photo that, like, the photos we saw, I guess, of, like, yeah, it's like them all together. And then I'll click on some and I'm like, that looks like it. And then I'll, like, read it and it's like, oh, the Dyatlov Pass. And I'm like, oh, no.
Did you look it up by its name? The
I did, yeah.
Hamar-Daban?
The Hamar-Daban incident pictures.
Try it with just the H, without the K.
No, it autocorrected to that.
Oh, okay, never mind. Never mind it.
But yeah, apparently it's like, other than the couple photos there
Is
isn't
it-
many photos from the incident.
Is it possible that she was like very obsessed with making poisonous gas and she was like testing it out
I feel
on her
like
classmates?
if she was testing it out, she would have just accidentally gotten herself, I feel.
But we're just only going off of what she said. And not every killer messes up. I don't know. I'm just trying to make sense of everything, and it just seems like everything points to her. But people said that she was far. People said that she said that she was far away from everybody. So it's possible that she didn't get hit by the gas. I doubt a 17-year-old knows how to make an untraceable poison. Anything is possible, Happy.
Yeah, see, and that's the thing too. Is I'm like, I don't think
Like,
she did this because I feel like if she would have
it-
also killed them, she would have just done something simple.
Was it?
Yeah, I feel like this is crazy.
However improbable must however improbable must be the truth. Whatever Sherlock Holmes said. The conclusion, however improbable, must be the truth. A super smart 17-year-old, perhaps, maybe. Maybe someone, maybe she had connections to people who had access to these kind of poisons. Russian government told her what to say. She was told to say she was in the center to stop it being revealed it was a nerve gas. Possibly. If we're going under the fact that she's innocent, then maybe to help create some kind of confusion on what it was. Wouldn't be surprising because that's what they did with the Outlaw Pass. I feel like they messed around with the details to make it confusing on what happened.
Yeah.
They could have done that. She was like, I was downwind. And they were like, are you sure you were downwind? Are you sure you weren't in the middle? Because, like, yeah, I've seen was it interrogations where if you're in interrogations for a really long time, they can mess with your head. They can make you doubt yourself and think you committed a crime when you didn't. Like, if you have no food and no water, eventually you will start believing what they tell you. So it is possible. I mean, the 2 days actually makes, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Like, the 2 days, it could have taken them to quote unquote interrogate her for 2 days in order for them to make her believe a certain story and, like, get some certain details wrong. But of course, that's if she's innocent. Good night, good night.
Yeah.
Good night, James. Bye, guy. Bye. Good night. Have a good one. Go to Eeps. Thank you for joining us. Good night, based kettle haver. Oh my. Be quiet. A microwave is just as efficient. But yeah, all we can do is speculate. I got no real answers. I don't know. I'm flying off the seat of my skirt. But thank you, Cedral, for joining me. It's getting pretty late on my end, so I have to work tomorrow, butt ass early, so I have to go to bed. But thank you for joining me. I had fun.
No, this has been great. I had a lot of fun too. Hope I can join you for stuff like this in the future.
Oh yeah, we definitely gotta go over the JFK Wendigoon video at some point. Good night, all. Good
Yeah,
night.
it sounds fun.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. You're good.
No, you're good. Sorry. I don't mean to cut you off.
No, it's fine.
I'm trying to see if there's anyone that we can raid. Was a fun
I don't
stream.
really got anyone on my end.
Was a fun stream. Thanks for the investigation, Detective Reaver. Good night, Miss Reaver. Good night, everybody. We can.
Yeah, I'm going to bed too. Good night, everyone here, and I hope you all enjoyed the stream.
All right. Good night, everybody. Let me see if I can. I guess we can raid Mac. Wait, do you know Mac?
I don't know who that is.
Oh, Mac X3, like
Like MAC?
THREE.
Wait, how do I spell that? Sorry.
Oh,
I got
Mac.
confused.
MACH.
Yeah.
X, like a lowercase x. Capital THREE.
Oh, okay. Makes sense.
Yeah, it should be the first. He's playing Destiny 2.
Oh, cool.
All
Yeah,
right,
that's
everybody. Thank you, Cedral, for joining me. Thank you, Cedral's chat, for joining us. Goodbye, everybody. I hope you guys have a good night. I will see you guys. I was going to say tomorrow. I will not see you tomorrow, but I will see you guys later. Thank you for joining us. I had fun.
Yeah, me too.
And I hope to see you guys in the next one. If I, I'm not, okay, the timer's still going. I hope you guys have a good night. What is with this timer? Okay, never mind. We're rating now. Okay, goodbye, everybody. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye.
I started my raid.
Oh, no, you're
raid
good.
thing a little later. So, yeah. Anyway, good night, everyone.